All right. Good evening, everybody. Thank you very much for being here today. Lovely Tuesday evening, and glad to be here with everyone. Thank you very much for your support. Before we get started, I'd like to thank our folks here who have, power tapped and helped us to get to 33.9k likes. It's actually very good. I really appreciate it. Thank you very much. So folks like Koboko, Omonibudo, Oamaka, Tidan, Olanrewaju, Abi71, Olumiwa, Ibojinodu, thank you very much. All right, thanks for liking the live. Thanks for sharing as well. If you're on TikTok, please like the live and share. Let's try and put your live video for IP together, okay? And for those of us on YouTube and on Facebook, we're glad you're here. Thank you very much for joining us. Please like the live, please share, and let's have a great time together. If you're on TikTok, please click on the heart icon right up here and kindly join the team. Drop your heart me, drop gifts. Let's push the live to the FYP together. All right? Okay, so let's make this happen. It's Tuesday, and we've got a lot of things to unpack, right? Political stuff, and also things that have to do with culture and ethnic identity. All right. Before we get started, I'll just quickly check YouTube to be sure we're good. By the way, I hope you had a great time. I saw someone in the comment section. I think it was good afternoon, sir. Why I say good afternoon? It was Sean Obankwa was calling me DJ. Thank you. I'll add that to my resume. So apparently I'm a DJ as well. Cool. All right. Remy Guy, thank you very much, sir. Good to see you. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Olaibironke. Thank you so much for the gift. I really appreciate it. Thanks a lot. Thank you. Okay. I think we're good on YouTube and we can get started. So today we're talking about Keir Starmer resigns, Peter Obi demands Tinubu's resignation. Let me read the full thing. Keir Starmer resigns, Peter Obi demands Tinubu's resignation, Nazis in Nigeria, and South Africa returnees. So we'll cover all that. Thank you very much, Oluwanifemi Wamaka. Thank you. Oh boy, it's going to be a good day today. Let's get started. So let's begin with what happened in far away from where I am, or very close to where many of you are, and that's the news from the UK. Apparently, the British Prime Minister has chosen to resign. And that news, of course, these days of social media and, internet and all that, we also know what's happening. But beyond just knowing about it, it has led to certain calls for resignation, which is where Peter Obi, comes in. I'll get into that momentarily. But let's begin with the statement made by the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom and also the leader. We're going to listen to him, to Starmer, and then we'll listen to the leader of the Conservative Party in the UK. That's our own Kemi Badenoch. And then we'll put all of that together. So let's begin with the longer version of the speech by Keir Starmer. Please take a listen. Good. Please take a listen to this.
Walking out this street 2 years ago.
1 second.
The proudest moment. Walking up this street 2 years ago was the proudest moment of my life. A new Labour government, the first in 14 years. A page in our country's history turned after years of disappointment and despair. The chance to change the lives of millions of people for the better. That's what I came into politics for. The journey to that point was not easy. 6 years ago, I inherited a Labour Party that was politically, financially, and morally bankrupt. I was told time and time again that my party was finished, that we were consigned to history, that a majority at the general election, let alone a landslide majority, was impossible. But we proved those people wrong because we changed our party, ripping out the poison of anti-Semitism, restoring trust on the economy, defence and national security, and becoming a party that once again stood proudly with, not against, our national flag. The hard work of change was with a singular purpose. Not power for power's sake, but to change Britain for the better. To build a fairer country with dignity and respect, where everyone is seen, everyone is valued, wealth and opportunity for all, not just the privileged few. And look at what we've achieved in just 2 years. An economy that is stronger, growing faster than our peers, wages rising faster than inflation in every single month since we came to power, investment secured, infrastructure being built, an end to austerity, with the fastest fall in NHS waiting lists for 17 years, the biggest improvement in rights for workers and renters in a generation, the biggest uplift in defence spending since the Cold War, small boat crossings falling, asylum hotels closing, protecting young people from social media, and 500,000 children being lifted out of poverty because of the choices that I made.
I mean, it's a pretty long speech, and that was from the BBC. Bit emotional, but somewhere in there, he talked about how a new leader will be in place before Parliament returns in September, and that that's Keir Starmer, will remain in post until the contest is complete. So yes, he has resigned, but he'll still be there until September. And I mean, quite interesting what's coming out of that. I don't want to talk about UK politics. I'm not here to discuss British politics, but I think there's some lessons we can learn. I think I just play a very short portion of this speech where the Prime Minister got a bit emotional, and then from there we'll go on to listen to Kemi Badenoch. Take a listen again to the British Prime Minister.
On my side, and when I leave the biggest job in the country, I shall spend more time the best husband I can to my fantastic wife Vic, who has been a rock by my side through good times and bad, and being the best dad I can to my beautiful children, who are my pride and my joy. Thank you very much.
All right. I mean, if we don't discuss UK politics a lot here, but that was actually quite nice, quite interesting the way that happened, and it's quite interesting that the Conservatives were there for 14 years before he came in leading the Labour Party. And it's quite interesting how everything has unraveled, particularly. People have said a lot, a lot of people have said that the Labour Party has really, kept the Conservative Party, the Conservative Party has kept the Labour Party on their toes. And you see the exchange sometimes in Parliament, and I kind of like the way the politics, happens in the UK. But before we listen to Kemi Badenoch, who is the leader of the Conservatives, I'd like you to take a listen to the same Prime Minister at the time he became, when he came into office, right? Take a listen, please.
Keir Starmer's 2024 victory was one for the record books. After 14 years in opposition, Labour stormed to power, winning 412 seats, a majority not seen since the Tony Blair era.
You campaigned for it, you fought for it, you voted for it, and now it has arrived. Change begins now.
But his triumph came with warning signs. A vote share of just 34% suggested the public wanted the unpopular Conservatives out more than they wanted Labour in. And many questioned whether Starmer's managerial leadership style could deliver the change he promised and the country so desperately needed. The former lawyer's first mistake came quickly, reducing winter heating help for retired people. The optics weren't good, and voters at this year's local elections hadn't forgotten.
I'm a pensioner, and the worst thing they did was to cancel the fuel allowance on pensions. I can take the hit, but a lot of people can't.
Starmer did change tack on this, also on welfare reform, tax and environmental policy, U-turns that left people questioning what he truly believed in.
Probably the best thing about Keir Starmer is if he announces a policy you don't like, just wait a couple of weeks and he'll change his mind anyway.
He's made everybody so disheartened on decisions, it feels like he can't make a decision.
Nigel Farage's anti-immigration reform party galloped into a significant polling lead and trounced Labour in the local elections. On top of a scandal over Starmer's pick for US ambassador, high-profile Labour figure Peter Mandelson, with links to sex offender Jeffrey Epstein, Labour's MPs were losing hope.
I know that people are frustrated by the state of Britain, frustrated by politics, and some people frustrated with me. I know I have my doubters, and I know I need to prove them wrong, and I will.
And I do hereby declare that Andy Burnham is duly elected.
But a rival had emerged. Manchester Mayor Andy Burnham's first attempt to return to Parliament was blocked by the Labour Party leadership. It couldn't block his second. When Burnham emphatically defeated reform in a by-election last week, it did two things. Gave him the parliamentary seat he needed to challenge Starmer and convince the party it could beat reform with a different leader.
This result will bring about a country that works fairly for everywhere and for everybody.
The man who led Labour to a famous victory in 2024, just 2 years later, was told by his own party it was time to go. Rory Challens, Al Jazeera.
Just like you heard, that's from Al Jazeera. All right, so like I said, we're going to listen to Kemi Badenoch, and of course, we all know that she's the leader. By the way, all this thing, I take concern Nigeria, we go talk more. But we'll start, with the news, and then we'll discuss our own angle to it, but that'll be much later. So, Kemi Badenoch was interviewed after the news of the Prime Minister's resignation. All right. 1 second, please. I'm going to have to check this device. Sorry about that. I think there's a little mix-up. Take only 1 second, I guess. Brilliant. So this is 1 second of the Prime Minister. But it was posted yesterday afternoon. I guess that was before the resignation. Please take a listen to this.
Ask why he set out this timetable. What are we waiting? We need to ask why he set out this timetable. What are we waiting for? There are critical decisions that need to be made, and the Prime Minister is setting out his farewell tour while Andy Burnham wants a summer holiday. It's really, really important that we ensure that the country is being governed. Keir Starmer has had to resign because his Defence Secretary said he was not looking after national security. Whatever happens now, we need to make sure that national security is the #1 agenda. And that means that Andy Burnham needs to explain where the money to fund our defence is coming from, and he needs to cut welfare to pay for defence.
So there are two names you heard, in Bidnock's short speech. There was Keir Starmer and there was Andy Burnham. And a lot of people are saying that it might be the next Prime Minister of the UK. This report is from The Economist, and I think we should listen to that before we come home and discuss our own angle to this whole thing. Take a listen, please.
Who is Britain's next leader? Andy Burnham is a Labour politician who served as Greater Manchester's mayor for the past 9 years. Last week, he ran for Parliament in a by-election.
Andy Burnham's decisive victory.
And when Britain's unpopular Prime Minister, Sir Keir Starmer, resigns,
I will resign as leader of the Labour Party.
Burnham was all but certain to become Britain's next leader.
I'm going to go and have a pint is what I'm going to do.
Andy Burnham has been in politics since 2001. He was an MP for 17 years, serving in both Sir Tony Blair's and Gordon Brown's cabinets. He's run for leader twice before. Both times, he lost. But in recent years, Burnham has become increasingly popular. Journalists semi-jokingly call him the King of the North. And when he stood for Parliament last week, he won a comfortable 55% of the vote, in an area with growing support for Britain's populist right party, Reform. His popularity is in part due to his success as Greater Manchester's mayor. Under his leadership, Manchester's GDP per person has continued to outpace the rest of Britain's. And like his predecessors, he has learnt the art of negotiating with his political opposition. In 2021, he secured government backing from Boris Johnson for Greater Manchester's plans to franchise its bus network. The aim was to tackle a popular grievance around expensive fares and fragmented services. The policy was a success. In its first year, the number of bus journeys climbed by 12%. Burnham is also capable of being confrontational. He argued that Manchester needed more money during the COVID-19 lockdown, and when Johnson refused, he revolted.
This is no way to run the country. The situation is frankly disgraceful.
Winning the hearts of the people and 67% of the mayoral votes the following year. Labour is banking on Andy Burnham being more popular than Keir Starmer. But while mayors succeed by begging and bullying money out of central government, Prime Ministers have to make unpopular decisions. If Burnham becomes the new leader, the test will be whether he can replicate his mayoral popularity as Prime Minister.
Well, that's a brilliant report from The Economist, and it's quite interesting that the person that's been, should I say, touted for being possibly the next British Prime Minister happened to be the Mayor of Greater Manchester. Or at least he has been the Mayor of Greater Manchester. Anyway, let us come back home. How all this one concern us? I mean, of course, apart from the fact that a lot of us live in the UK, the entire thing that happened, I think, has become like a reference point for some politicians in Nigeria. And the particular politician we're talking about today, who decided to hop on, I don't know, the trend or the fact that something hip, maybe considers it hip, is happening in the UK. Peter Obi decided to penetrate this to talk to the president and what he thinks he should do following the resignation of the British Prime Minister. And this is what Peter Obi said yesterday. Owning up to leadership failures and political responsibility. This morning, I listened to the British Prime Minister's speech announcing his planned resignation in July. As a keen observer of global politics, my primary interest lies in examining what successful nations global politics. Wow. Anyway, here I can Kasha. If you don't know, I'm not a fan of Peter Obi, and I don't like to hide it. Just to be clear. So you don't say, yeah, but you're supposed to be a journalist. I did not come here to say I'm a clinical. Because people come around and say, but you're supposed. I'm not a fan. But let's read. This morning, I listened to the British Prime Minister's speech announcing his planned resignation in July. As a keen observer of global politics, my primary interest lies in examining what successful nations do right and the structural factors that cause others to lag or struggle with governance and development. The Prime Minister's planned resignation comes amid mounting public frustration over a stagnant economy, a worsening cost of living crisis, and a perceived failure to honor key campaign pledges. Looking inward in our dear country, let me explain Number one, he said his primary interest lies in what successful nations do right and the structural factors that cause others to lag or struggle. Here's the crazy part. Every nation that Peter Obi has told us to go and copy are having problems now, whether it's Argentina or Indonesia or Senegal. Peter Obi just talks anything his people think is cool, you just jump on the bandwagon. And so all this one, I say you are studying successful nations, I beg. Then he says that the planned resignation comes amid mounting kiniko and a perceived failure to honor campaign pledges. I mean, while this is good, I don't think a person who says that there's no need for manifesto should be talking about campaign pledges or anything like that. But again, I digress. Looking inward in our dear country, we can recall our own situation. Before 2015, our president on several occasions, I'll take that slowly. Before 2015, our president on several occasions championed the call for the then President Goodluck Jonathan to resign over economic hardship and insecurity affecting Nigerians. During the Chibok school kidnapping incident, he demanded the immediate resignation of President Jonathan, arguing that the government had failed in its most fundamental duty of protecting lives. That's true. Tinubu did that. During the 2023 election campaign, President Bola Tinubu made several promises, including improved electricity supply. He also challenged the electorate not to vote for him for a second term if he failed to deliver on those commitments, particularly in providing stable power, fighting corruption, and improving the welfare of Nigerians. At present, however, these conditions have worsened. Electricity supply remains unreliable, insecurity has intensified in many areas, including kidnappings, and economic hardship has deepened rather than eased. Similar concerns are reflected across other critical sectors such as security, infrastructure, transportation, and anti-corruption efforts, all of which have regressed. He has a point in those things. Then he says we are in the worst possible condition. That's nonsense. So everything he has said so far is true, but that we are worse, but that's rubbish. I hate it when, and I use that word advisedly, I hate it when people are so negative. We are not in the worst possible condition, especially considering where we were in some instances, but let's go on. Peter Obi then says, I therefore join Nigerians of goodwill in calling for the resignation of the president over monumental failure in governance. Such a gesture would help enthrone a political culture rooted in accountability and responsibility rather than further entrenching impunity. It would also send a powerful message that public office is a sacred trust, not an entitlement, and help build a society in which future leaders understand that failure carries consequences. Only by ending the culture of impunity can we secure a better future for the society our children will inherit in a new Nigeria that is possible. I think the first thing Peter Obi needs is a little bit of political education to explain the difference between the kind of system we run in Nigeria and that which is being run in the United Kingdom. To tell him that Nigeria practices a presidential system of government, not a parliamentary system of government. And that the resignation of the president does not in any way change. I mean, number one, it's not exactly the same thing as what you see happening in the UK. Having said that, I mean, I think it should be natural for anybody supporting Tinubu like I am supporting him to say, oh, why is he shouting? Why is he saying he should resign? The truth is, I think it's fair. Tinubu called for the resignation of Jonathan. He did. Peter Obi is also doing it. I think it's fair. right? It doesn't mean you're going to resign, but I think if it's good for the goose, it's got to be good for the gander as well. So if Tinubu could call for the resignation of Jonathan, Peter Obi could also call for the resignation of Tinubu. I mean, I think it's fair. Although I don't think we're in the worst possible condition. I think things can get better, of course. Things are terrible, but things can get a lot better. But the idea that we're in the worst position, it's just rubbish. It's just what, a politician would use in order to push some of these things. And I'm going to tell you what I think about the electricity thing that he talked about. Not to say that electricity is all over the place now, but we have to also understand the fact that the structure we have right now is different from the one we had before Tinubu became president, where things like that were, even towards the end of Buhari's tenure, things already been, decentralized, right? So rather than electricity being in the exclusive list, right, it was moved to the concurrent list, right? So that means basically that states can now generate electricity. Private companies can generate electricity. It doesn't have to be from the federal government, or the federal government is the one generating or transmitting and so on and so forth. It's been decentralized, but we'll have that conversation later. And I don't want to sound like I'm actually supporting, whatever Tinubu says to Jonathan, I think people can also say it to him. All right. Having said that, and we've read what Peter Obi had to say, we'll now read what the State House said in response to Peter Obi's call for resignation. This is from the Federal Ministry of Information and National Orientation. State House statement. Obi's call for President Tinubu's resignation on childish and unwarranted distraction. I'll take that again. Obi's call for President Tinubu's resignation, childish and an unwarranted distraction. Peter Obi's latest comments calling for President Bola Tinubu's resignation based on a comparison with the British Prime Minister's voluntary exit are not only misplaced but also reflect a selective and distorted view of Nigeria's realities since 2023. His view is so simplistic, as is often the case anytime he opens his mouth. Who wrote this thing? This guy went to town. Jesus Christ. We know the person who wrote it, but gosh. Anyway, let's read. When you see anytime he opens his mouth, like, his view is so simplistic, as is often the case anytime he opens his mouth. Obi forgets our country does not run a parliamentary system of government like the UK. We run a presidential system with the president elected to a fixed 4-year term. The people of Ekiti State and the senatorial constituents in Nasarawa, Enugu, Ondo, and Rivers have just delivered a resounding victory for President Tinubu and his party. The election results, some early referendum of sorts, show that President Tinubu and his party are popular with Nigerians. This should be more concerning for Peter Obi and his new special purpose vehicle, NDC, as we move towards the January 2027 election. Obi should wait until the presidential election to know what the people think of Tinubu's government. Moving to use X to harangue the president out of office is off the mark and anti-democratic. It is important to note that President Tinubu did not inherit a country in perfect shape. The security challenges we face today are long-standing and deeply rooted. Yet under President Tinubu's leadership, Nigeria has made significant, measurable progress. Hundreds of people have been rescued from captivity, including high-profile operations in Borno and the Northwest. And then we went on to talk about what our gallant troops have done to neutralize terrorist kingpins. Talked about the fact that over 15,000 terrorists have been taken off the streets and forest. Talked about the fact that the president has expanded investment in security by deploying advanced technologies and drones and so on and so forth. Also, the appointing of a special advisor on homeland security to ensure a holistic approach. Then, after saying that, he said this: these actions demonstrate commitment, not failure. It is laughable that Obi, who as governor was a colossal failure, unable to secure lives and property in a small state of Anambra, as documented by his successor, Willie Obiano, is now the one calling for President Tinubu's resignation over security breaches in some parts of the country. On the economic front, Obi's depiction of decline and his verdict that, quote, we are in the worst possible condition, end of quote, is not verifiable. Okay, I said I was going to come back to this. Let's just read this report. I think it's going to answer the question we have, or what I wanted to say, because we're in the worst possible condition. Every time that man speaks, I see the reason to ask the question, what do people see in him? He cannot inspire any hope. He has no solutions to anything. It doesn't say something that makes you willing to make a change. All it does is just talk about how things are terrible and how things are just so worse than absolutely ridiculous. But more read waiting by Onanuga right here. On the economic front, Obi's depiction of decline and his verdict that, quote, we're in the worst possible condition, end of quote, ignore verifiable data and global plaudits for President Tinubu's economic and social policies. President Tinubu inherited what another success of Peter Obi described as a dead horse economy. That's was quoting someone. When he came on board in May 2023, President Tinubu introduced bold, courageous policies that his predecessors had shied away from. Since then, the Nigerian economy has posted positive GDP growth every quarter, surpassing the global average. Trade surpluses have been recorded consistently, and foreign reserves have hit new highs, over $50 billion. Oil production has risen from less than 1 million barrels per day to about 1.8 million, reversing years of decline. Federation revenue is projected to hit over 30 trillion naira this year, far above the 2022 level of 7.7 trillion naira. By May this year, 15.7 trillion naira has already been collected, more than twice the entire revenue collected in 2022. State governments now have more resources to pursue development projects in education, infrastructure, healthcare, housing, and so on. The stock market has soared, with the all-share index rising from 50,000 to over 250,000, creating wealth for about 6 million Nigerian investors. The naira to dollar exchange rate has been stable. Foreign direct and portfolio investments are at record highs, reflecting renewed investor confidence, especially in the oil and gas sector. President Tinubu has also set records in infrastructure delivery, building concrete roads that will last 100 years or more across all the country's geopolitical zones, and actualizing Lagos, Calabar, and Sokoto-Badagry superhighways, roads dreamt of for decades. Unlike leaders before him, President Tinubu has proven not only to be a reform-minded and courageous leader, but also an innovator, for instance, replacing expensive petrol and diesel with CNG and offering close to 2 million Nigerian tertiary students interest-free loans to pursue their education. Our conditions worsening in our country when in 3 years of Tinubu's leadership we have recorded no disruption of the academic calendar by trade unions such as ASU or NASU. That is one of President Tinubu's campaign promises to our students. A 4-year program will be a 4-year program. It has been a promise well kept, which Obi, in his penchant for bad news, has never sung about and will never acknowledge. That is 100% true. I want to clap for that. Concerning President Tinubu's campaign promises on power supply, it is misleading for Peter Obi to parrot the claim that candidate Tinubu guaranteed 24-hour electricity for all. What he actually said on that occasion in Lagos, and which Obi and his followers have consistently misquoted for the sake of mischief, was, quote, whichever way, by all means necessary, you will have electricity and you will not pay for estimated bills anymore. A promise made will be a promise kept. If I don't keep the promise and I come for a second term, don't vote for me unless I give you adequate reasons, which I couldn't deliver. Is that true? Yes. Promise and I come for a second term, don't vote for me unless I give you adequate reasons why I couldn't deliver. The first policy President Tinubu implemented upon taking office was to sign the Electricity Act, which enables states to generate, transmit, and distribute electricity independently of the centralized grid system. To end the fraudulent estimated billing, his administration has rolled out millions of prepaid meters and plans to install 7 million more. Power generation is increasing. The government has intensified its provision of off-grid solar power to schools, hospitals, and markets in many parts of the country. The real challenge remains transmission infrastructure and sustainable pricing, which are now being addressed to attract fresh investment into the sector. No one denies that Nigeria has challenges, especially regarding the high cost of living. But any honest politician will agree this is a global problem resulting from the tensions in the Middle East. Just recently, as inflation was receding in Nigeria, a disruption to the global economy occurred when America and Israel attacked Iran, and Iran responded by closing the Strait of Hormuz, creating disruption in the global supply system and high prices of many commodities, including crude oil. Peter Obi's call for President Tinubu's resignation is childish and hollow. It is not a call to hold the leader accountable. It is merely a political grandstand and an unworthy distraction just hours after President Tinubu's party recorded resounding victories in the weekend polls. Leadership is about determination to confront the challenges facing our country and the economy. President Tinubu focuses on solutions, not rhetoric, investing in reforms, stabilizing the economy, improving security, and laying the groundwork for a more prosperous Nigeria. He is not waiting to learn from Bangladesh, Rwanda, or Egypt. He has a team of thinkers and doers, and Nigeria under him has been an exemplar for other nations to copy. True leadership means staying the course, learning, adapting, and delivering results. President Tinubu has shown he is up to the task, and Nigeria is on the path to progress. With his period tweet on X, we are now convinced that Peter Obi lives in a self-constructed echo chambers, where he reels off lie after lie to himself, and believes his self-created reality about the situation of Nigeria. I'll tell that again. With his puerile tweet on X, we are now convinced that Peter Obi lives in his self-constructed echo chambers, where he reels off lie after lie to himself and believes his self-created reality about the situation in Nigeria. We sympathize with him. That reality he fantasizes about is mostly a figment of his imagination. That's from Bayo Onanuga, the Special Advisor to the President, Information and Strategy. And I kind of like that response, and I want to clap for him one more time. I mean, it still doesn't change the fact that Tinubu once asked Jonathan to resign. I mean, he did ask him to resign. That's why I say that's fair, as far as I'm concerned, even though it doesn't really mean that there's anything sensible in that. However, I think it's also important to, spend some time on this before we go on to what analysts and OAPs, and I think one journalist, said about this matter. I want to just take some time to talk about some of the things that Tinubu has done, so that we also appreciate it, because if we don't talk about it, how do we know what he has accomplished? But just like we talked about UK and we're in Nigeria, I want someone else to talk about Nigeria who is in Kenya. And this person has an interesting perspective, of the reforms that are taking place in Nigeria and the things that are happening. And I'm going to play you something else from another Nigerian in Nigeria who also has, a very good understanding of the reforms going on and the effect they're having on our economy. Let's start with this guy, very fantastically brilliant guy from Kenya. Please take a listen to this.
In June 2023, the government of Nigeria did something that was difficult but extremely commendable. They did something that was extremely painful, and it shocked their entire economy. Kenya did not do it. And that one single decision has opened up a massive economic gap between our two countries. And that gap is compounding every day. For the last 10 years, Nairobi has always looked down. We've always looked down on Lagos. We have been their mentors. We've boasted about our stable shilling. We've boasted about our beautiful technology savannah, and we've boasted about how easy it is to do business here compared to the chaotic streets of Lagos, granted. But while we were feeling proud of ourselves, can I tell you what happened? Something shifted beneath the surface. Just a few months ago, the global data firm, they're called Dealroom. Dealroom released its World Tech Ecosystem Index. Guess what happened? They ranked 288 cities across 69 countries. Nairobi did not win. Lagos was officially crowned the #1 fastest growing emerging tech ecosystem in the entire world. Right now, the total value of startups inside Lagos has exploded to $15.3 billion, and the city has built 5 massive billion-dollar companies, unicorns. Nairobi's entire tech ecosystem is sitting at just half of that value, with only one single tech unicorn to its name. In this video, we're not going to talk about politics or bad luck. We are going to look at the cold, hard numbers to explain why Lagos is quietly pulling ahead of Nairobi. I want you to follow this argument closely. My name is Tana Gacho. I'm a real estate and tech founder and a voice for the next generation wealth creation in Africa. My motivation is to show you the hard truths, to analyze the system. What I publish on this channel is for public record. It's pure data, it's structure, and the serious conversations that our generation must have if we are going to build Africa to where it should go, if we are going to take charge of our destiny as this country. Now, to understand why this gap is widening, we have to look back at June 2023. That was the fork in the road when President Bola Tinubu took over the government in Nigeria. Guess what was happening? His economy was a complete mess. He immediately did two things that regular people absolutely hated. The first one, he completely cancelled the country's massive fuel subsidy out. The second one, he floated the Nigerian currency, the naira, allowing it to find its true value in the market economics. The immediate result was pure chaos, obviously. The naira collapsed overnight. It was difficult. Things went bad. Inflation went through the roof. And ordinary Nigerians faced severe financial hardship. It was incredibly painful. There's no version of this story where the suffering was not real. But look at what happened on the other side of pain. Because the government stopped wasting billions of dollars hiding the real cost of fuel and protecting the weak currency, the weak naira, federal tax revenues in Nigeria jumped by 82% in a single financial year. Their budget deficit shrunk. Foreign investors rushed back into the country, and the local markets, they began to deepen. What's happening is that the International Monetary Fund, even the World Bank, has just upgraded Nigeria's economic growth forecast for this year with a strong 4.4%. Now look at what Kenya did during that exact time window. Instead of fixing our structural problems, our government chose to delay. We do not take the hard medicine. Instead, we spent our time rolling over all debts, borrowing expensive new commercial loans just to pay off the Eurobond, and ending our IMF programs early without actually finishing the required reforms. Nigeria took the bitter medicine up front and is now building the muscle. Kenya avoided the medicine altogether, and the illness is dragging out. We are sick, baby. The delay was our strategy, and the delay is now what is costing our lead. This brings us to the second major breakdown, the quiet collapse of Kenya's industrial base.
Then went on to talk about things that are local to them, and it's quite interesting listening to this speaker and how he has an interesting perspective of what's happening in Nigeria, especially when all you hear on social media is how things are terrible, and like Peter said, that himself and people around him are in the worst possible condition. I don't know how to say that about a country you claim to love, especially when it's not true. Anyway, just like we heard from this gentleman, there's another gentleman who this time happens to be a Nigerian, and he's an entrepreneur, and he actually has a very good understanding of the political landscape in the country at the moment. And there was a guest on TVC a while back. I'd like you to listen, right, to what he had to say on that show, right? This is Obafemi George. Please take a listen.
And mines. Now, what they did was that they recruited mining marshals, number one. Illegal miners were now brought mainstream, formalizing mining. Now they've created about 250 cooperatives. What that means is that you're taking away money that has been outside of the system, you are bringing to the system. So some people are losing. Last year, a factory was opened in Nasarawa, $600 million lithium factory that will be producing 5,000 to 6,000 tons per day. That was the third factory. One was opened before then that was producing 2,000. Another was opened before that was producing 1,000. So in other words, 3 factories have been set up within 3 years, producing 10,000 tons of lithium per day. Uncle Yori, do you know how much a ton is in the market?
How much?
$20,000, 1 ton of lithium in global market.
On the global market?
On the global market.
Who sets the price?
20,000, the commodity exchange,
Okay.
$20,000.
Lithium.
Lithium
This is the main material in the new generation batteries.
Batteries, correct. Thank you.
Whether in a car, your
phone, computer.
Yeah,
correct.
Yeah.
Now, the question we should now ask is, if in 2-3 years there's a company that's been set up that is processing almost 10,000 tons per day, and a ton is $20,000. Now you're talking about $200 million per day. That has now come mainstream. That is taxable. Royalties are now being paid. The question is, who has been making that money illegally for the past 20-30 years?
That indeed becomes the question.
Who are the people that have been earning $200 million and much more per day for the past 20-30 years? Those are the people sponsoring banditry in Northwest. Those are the people making sure that this crisis escalates. Because why? Government has taken away their source of illegal income.
Now, is this, I hear you, Obafemi,
This particular conversation was actually about illegal mining and how that's the cause of insecurity in Zamfara, But the conversation is actually beyond that. He also talked about economics, so about the economy. So we're going to spend some time on a number of his interviews. I consider him to be a very brilliant mind, and that's not because he supports Tinubu, it's just because he's brilliant. And I guess brilliant people support Tinubu. Anyway, he had this media run and had some very fantastic conversations. I want to begin with this one, or continue, I should say, with this one on the G360. Okay? And I think we should start with the clip where I talked about how young people in Nigeria spend a lot of time on social media and that they believe the lies that our economy is not working. I mean, we just listened to Peter Obi say the same thing. He said that everything is, that himself and people that are around him are in the worst possible condition. It's quite interesting that someone will speak like that. So a lot of people hear that on social media and we tend to believe it. He's bringing a different narrative, but this time he's not just telling China went to China or that we should go to Bangladesh to confirm. He's actually going to, read out data based on what is available now here in Nigeria, okay, and even other people's perspective of what's happening in our country. So please take a listen to this gentleman. His name is Obafemi George, and it was a guest on the G360. Take a listen.
What is in place? Now investors are trooping in. So when investors come in based on those macro policies, that's what creates jobs. That's how our youth get employed. That's how it gets to people's pockets. Do you know, Deji, if you go and interrogate the data from Corporate Affairs Commission and look at what has happened since President Tinubu came in, 2023, Corporate Affairs Commission registered about 150,000 new companies. 2023. 2024, that number jumped to 190,000 new companies that were incorporated in Nigeria in 2024. By last year, that number jumped to 320,000 new companies.
Some would argue that, look, you can't be sure that all of these companies are now operational.
But that's an indication that there is growth in the economy. This year alone, they have crossed 200,000 new companies by June. That's an indication that the economy is growing. That means that there's investors' confidence, because you don't set up when there is recession, companies fold up. When there's recession, people don't set up companies. So those are indicators that something is happening in the economy. And I just say to Nigerians, nobody should assume that everybody is not feeling it. It's only the poor. All of us are feeling it. All of us are feeling it. But we can see growth. I know I was warning the youth, I was advising them on a show last week. I said, if Keir is not taken, what's going to happen in 10 years' time in Nigeria is what's happening in South Africa. I said, because our youth spend a lot of time on social media believing the lies of opposition party. That, economy is not working, which is not true. Investors that are trooping in, they are taking positions. God forbid that we wake up 10 years time and realize that, oh my God, foreigners are controlling the economy, because that's what happened in South Africa. When South Africa came out of apartheid and the economy began to grow, the black South Africans were still blaming apartheid government. Nigerians saw opportunity. They moved in their thousands. Ghanaians saw the opportunity, they moved to Africa in their thousands. Africans moved in. South Africa woke up one and realized, oh my God, everywhere they look, foreigners, Africans are controlling the economy. And you know what? They took it out on us. That's what creates an public attack. When you don't position for growth, then you know what? You miss the curve. There's play.
Yeah, when you don't position for growth, you miss the curve. And I think that's a very instructive statement. And I say this often that, you know, I'm a Christian. Scripture talks about how certain people will not see good when it comes because their focus is not where it's supposed to be. I think there's certain people who have this penchant for spreading, you know, bad news and terrible things about the country, and it stops a lot of people from actually accessing or acknowledging the good in the land and accessing the opportunities that are around us. All right, things are not perfect, of course they're not, but are there opportunities for growth? Yes. You know, I was talking to someone yesterday and I said, you can complain about how expensive fuel is, but there are certain people that when fuel was a lot cheaper, they couldn't even afford a car. It is not they're able to buy cars and even fuel their cars, especially cars that have to do with, company cars or cars that actually bring them money. What I'm trying to make is that there's good in this economy, no matter how bad it is. And what he said about the fact that a lot of young people are going to go on believing that, you know, everything is terrible because that's all they hear on social media is true. And we've got to be very careful. And I want to advise that we sift what we're listening to, okay? And use the truth as a sieve. A lot of people just talk nonsense. People are disillusioned in their own lives. People are tired. People are disenchanted. And they just want to, it's like what your Bible people say, Ajegbo don't wear nikura. Ajegbodo. They're just looking for other people to share in their misery. Misery loves company. So you got to be very careful. A person just telling you nothing is working. Meanwhile, maybe you discovered an opportunity, you want to pursue it, you're talking to investors, but now you hear that nothing is working. So you're like, doesn't really matter, Jerry, I don't even know. Then this one says, when I become president, I'm going to do something. Meanwhile, the opportunities are really there now. You see it all over the place, but you can't really, you can't see it all over the place because you are paying attention to people who are telling you that there's nothing to see. But there's a lot to see. All right, so in this one, he talked about the young people. But then in another clip, he talked about the subsidy regime and how it started in 1977. It actually forced me to go read after listening to this particular bit because I did not know until I listened to him that, you know, the subsidy regime started with President Obasanjo. When he was military head of state. But it's quite nice. It's quite nice to be able to hear people like this spur you to want to actually study a bit more. So please take a listen to him as he dissects the entire thing about, the all regions, essentially, of subsidy in the oil sector. Take a listen, please.
Deji, you couldn't have removed the subsidy any other way. You couldn't have. So, maybe people don't even know the genesis of subsidy. So, subsidy started in 1977 under President Obasanjo when the oil boom began to vanish. So, it was, I think, Decree 33, Price Regulatory Act of 1977. As at that time, a liter of fuel was 9 kobo per liter. And the price was going on. So, President Obasanjo pegged it at 15 kobo per liter and said, whatever the shortfall is, government will make up for it. Okay, that was how subsidy came in. And it was meant to be temporary. By 1979, 1980, when politicians came in, of course, corruption came in. And that was our subsidy that was 10%. By 10 years, got to 20%, 30%, at some point, 60%. Now, you should ask yourself, DG, how come every president has been unable to remove subsidy?
Yeah, good question.
Knowing fully. Why? Because it was an entrenched, institutionalized corruption that spreads across. And they all knew, especially from 1999, that any president, any elected president that removes subsidy will be an unpopular president. So they would rather keep their popularity and continue to borrow. If you look at, by 2023, when President Tinubu came in, we were not making money to pay for fuel subsidy. DG, we were borrowing to pay for fuel subsidy. Not during Buhari alone, right from Jonathan's time. If you remember, you've been a journalist for ages.
I remember.
Sanusi Lamido was screaming.
Yes.
As far as 2012.
I was at that event.
Fantastic.
One of the events before the fuel subsidy protest.
Fantastic.
I remember very well.
That we were broke. Even the coordinating minister of economy there, Kojo Ewela, said that we were broke.
But could the government have probably adopted a piecemeal removal?
No, you can't, because you're dealing with a cabal. You can't. You can't. They will take you out. They will take you out. It's not a policy that you're going to formulate a think tank team and say, oh, let's deliberate. Let's do some town hall meeting. You want to take up people that have been making trillions on an annual basis from the back of the country with foreign interest? No, you can't. There was no other way the president could have done it than what he has done. And you know what people don't realize? We're just coming out from the global crisis now because of the Iran war. Imagine if subsidy was not removed.
A Dangote refinery probably would have struggled.
How could you have done it? How? Nigeria would have been gone by now, economically, because we were gone. As long as 4 percent, we were gone. We were not just borrowing to pay subsidy. We were, there's what they call forward sale. We have forwarded sale our crude oil. And that's why today, even though we are producing 1.6 million, 1.7 million barrels per barrel, what we are getting as a country is not equivalent to 1.7 million, because 4 or 5 years ago, we've done forward sales. I mean, for the layman, forward sales simply says that, in 2, 3, 4, 5 years' time, if I'm going to produce 1 million barrels, I'm selling 400,000 to you. Give me that cash now to meet up expenditure today. That's what we've done. So there was no, we were dead economically. Completely dead. What did?
I mean, if we're telling ourselves the truth, what the president did, it takes a lot of balls to do that. It's not popular at all, and it's quite harsh, quite hard. It was like what we call tough love. If you want to leave, like, you've got to do some things that may not be very cool in the immediate, but in the long term actually serves you. Before we go to the next clip, he said something earlier about the fact that we shouldn't be like South Africans who, when apartheid ended, they were blaming apartheid for their situation at the time. And you could say it's legitimate. You could say they were justified to do that. And anybody can, you can all make cases for that. However, when, just like he said, a lot of other people saw opportunities there and moved in, whether it was Nigerians or Ghanaians and other people. Years later, discovered that all foreigners have taken their space. Now, the point, it's not about South Africa for me, although we're going to listen to stuff about South Africa much later. But the point here is this. While you're complaining, do you know people are actually, going to the bank, not just to borrow money, but to actually deposit? People are actually making money in this country. And I'm saying that because some people on YouTube are just being interesting. I want to use that because I want to be mild today. Until you think being mild is weakness, then I will now send you to your parents. So I will not mention your name for now. Well, let me read the good ones. I'll just read some of the comments before we continue. Ogro on YouTube says, Labour lost 1,498 council seats under Starmer. Isn't APC winning elections left and right under Tinubu? Peter B. Namomo. Well, I think is referring to the conversation about the resignation of the Prime Minister. Meanwhile, we're still on that topic of resignation. Now that thing we did is discussed, so we just need to get to some junctures before we go back to base. Your mind says President Tinubu will be remembered for centuries as a man who took a painful decision to rebuild the Nigerian economy. He could have continued on the previous trajectory if he truly wanted to siphon money. I agree. And MDA asks everybody on YouTube to please like the video. Please, if you're on YouTube, like the video. Just double click you've liked the video in here, and then you can continue to tap on your screen as many times as possible. Thank you very much. Once you double tap on your screen like this, you have liked the video on YouTube. So please, if you're on YouTube, please like the video, or you can click on the 3 dots to the top right corner and click like. Thank you very much. Thank you, MDA, for the announcement on YouTube. All right, and also subscribe. It would be really nice to have you subscribe. Bumo says, I don't care about what people, let me just read it slowly. I don't care about what you people are saying. I am voting for the president. As you should. Wilfred says something is wrong with his father. I hope his father gets better. Let's go to my Yusuf. He says, I have registered 3 companies this year, 2026. The 3 companies are making a profit as we talk. Really? That's nice. It says, don't just sit on your backside and complain. Thank you very much, my Yusuf, for that. Godfrey says, where are the companies coming? Have you improved on electricity? More than 20 years ago, as a student in Obafemiolo University, I had the privilege of attending a conference. This must have been 2004 or so. I attended a conference that was organized by Fela Jotoye. FD said something, was it 2023 or 2024, or 2003 or 2004, one of those years. He mounted the podium and he challenged all of us who were students. And then he said that he had spoken to somebody from the UK who was talking about opportunities in Nigeria and how they couldn't come because there was no electricity. And then he said, Dangote at the time, of course, he had cement factories. This was over 20 years ago. Not now. You know, Dangote now is different from Dangote then. The Dangote of that time was just very bullish. Even now he's bullish, but then at the time, he was creating, I think it's actually the same mindset, to be honest, if you think about it. Rather than say there's no electricity, he will create his own plant, which is what he did, for instance, with the refinery. You know, he actually had to build a port for that refinery in order to bring in equipment to build the Dangote refinery in Lekki. All right. So he was saying at the time that you are saying that there's no electricity in Nigeria, you don't want to come to Nigeria and invest. But look at this other person. He's actually doing something regardless of that problem. He's solving that problem and doing something with it. Now, should we have electricity in Nigeria? That's a no-brainer, of course. But when clowns like this tell you that there can be no businesses in Nigeria because there's no electricity, you begin to ask why. Because I don't know about you, but myself and people around me, and this may not be the ideal, just to be clear. I'm not saying it's the ideal. But as I'm talking to you right now, there is no PHCN, whichever one you want to call them, on common law. And like I said, it's not ideal. But the point is that the scripture in Ecclesiastes, it says if you wait for the right conditions, if you wait for the wind, you will not. If you wait for the wind, you will not sow. If you wait for the rain, you will not harvest. The idea that everything has to be perfect before you do something actually shows that, oh, Nikanse, I'm talking to you, Godfrey, Anayo, Chinike. Oh, Nikanse, you don't have anything to do. You're just a rabble rouser constituting nuisance. It's not that the system has to be perfect. I mean, the system should be better, but it doesn't have to be perfect for you to do something if you're really serious about your life. This light that you are seeing that I'm using is not even NEPA. Everybody is, finding ways around this thing. Whether you go solar, right, you get your inverter, and then of course it's raining now, so we don't have a lot of sunlight. So you also want to get a generator. Now, again, it's not the ideal situation, but to say that companies cannot work because electricity is a problem, how come Dangote built all the things he built? And not now, I'm talking about even more than 20 years ago when it was starting out with all those factories and cement factories and all of those things. Meanwhile, some of those people that Fela spoke to in London at the time are still in the UK today. 23 years later, they are still in the UK today. May God give them wisdom, may God give them strength. But you see, Agbatima Ade, they have grown older. I mean, I'm not the same person I was 23 years ago, but they were even a lot younger. Imagine you are in your 40s and 50s 23 years ago, and you're telling people that I can't do anything because there's no light in Nigeria. Now they're in their 60s, late 60s, or maybe early 60s, late 60s, 70s, or late 50s. I mean, Ileano Lua Kinshu, Charles Sanders, what's his name? Colonel Sanders started KFC in the 60s, so anything can still happen. I'm just saying that this thing about there's no electricity, therefore there's nothing that can happen in Nigeria is actually very ridiculous. And I want to say something before I move on from this. I want to advise you, I've said it before, but I need to say it again. Please, do all you can. Look for this documentary, The Men Who Built America. Please. I don't even know how else to say it. Please watch that documentary. One of the things you're going to take out from that documentary is Nigeria is in the best situation it should be for you. Like you as a person, living in Nigeria the way it is, or even if you're not living in Nigeria and you're outside Nigeria, but you can look at Nigeria and see it as it's ripe for the taking. And it just might be something from you that will, you can live abroad. There's nothing wrong. It's fine. But I'm saying that there is something about the condition of Nigeria right now that is perfect for you, or Longbo. Just watch that stuff. You'll see stories about people like Andrew Carnegie, Vanderbilt, Rockefeller, JP Morgan, Thomas Edison, the lot of them, Henry Ford, how they built. It was when I was watching that documentary. I watched the documentary many years ago, but it's very inspiring. I go back to it almost every year. I go back to check it out. No, Rothschild is Europe. This is Rockefeller. Sorry, I responded to someone in the comment section. I go back to it almost every year just to get inspired, right? When you discover that the Grand Central was not built by the government, it was built by private enterprise, it tells you why America thinks of things the way they do. While they want government to be involved, they're also very, very careful of government involvement. They don't want to be dependent on the government because, of course, of their own history. And so you see a lot of enterprise, you see a lot of people breaking grounds, getting to electricity. The electricity we're shouting today was not started by government. We are talking about, would it be nice for government to provide electricity in Nigeria? Absolutely. And should they? Absolutely. Do we need it? Absolutely. But the first guys who started this electricity project in the United States, who everybody eventually copied, was the government that even started it? The answer is no. It was individuals. It was Edison. Of course, you can talk about the backstory about the people working in his laboratory, but that's a story for another day. But it was in his lab, right? Edison had this whole idea about and then he worked with JP Morgan, and they were able to finance it. It was more of investment. Growing up, I don't know about you, we used to watch all these science fairs and shows, and a child would make like a toy, could be like a model, right? Like a prototype, and then you see people on radios, on TV saying things like, we want the government to come and invest in this product. Excuse me. We want the government to come and invest in this product, so that we can build it and make something really grand out of it. See, as we grow, it's clear that that's actually a very, very weak way of growing your economy. The countries are trying to copy. Are there government involvement in their growth? Of course. Many of the enterprises also got government contracts and so on and so forth, including Elon Musk. However, the beginning, most times, of course, you could get it from NGOs that are giving grants. You could get it from investors that are trying to actually make money, instead of you making look as if making profit is a sin. These are all the other options that many other options that people can use. I'm just saying that those who build the America we call, sinner climb today. There's a particular path they took, and it was people like you. They're not smarter than you. They didn't even go to school like you did. Rockefeller did not go to school like you did. Okay? And I think that, I'm not saying we are going to become exactly them, but I think they can spur you to greatness, right? The same way they built, we can build as well. All right, so all of that to respond to the person who said, have you improved on the electricity? They did not even have electricity, and yet they build America. But again, like I always say, we live abroad sometimes, and all we do is to enjoy the system, which is okay, but we never really ask, how did they build the system? And that is why a lot of people return to Nigeria, they can't build nothing. And it's a shame. They can't build, not because they are bad people, but because it's all about survival. And again, I'm not throwing shades. It's just something to make all of us think about these things again. While you are there, please take out time to study the society you're living in. How did they build this society? It could be something as tiny as, shoemaking. When we say building society, it doesn't have to be a politician. It could just be making belts. Or making buttons. Just buttons could actually be the only thing that you're going to contribute to the economy of Nigeria, and you can become a billionaire from that. I'm just saying that, look out for opportunities. May God open your eyes. May you see good in this land, and may you eat of the good of this land. But please stop being a nuisance. Just looking for every problem in this country. You won't see any good. Igbere means that you're going to be crying like a push baby. And I spoke in your Ibadan dialects just now. Because when I want to say some things, you have to go to Ibadan. I grew up in Ibadan, by the way, so quite cool. Let's get back to the comments. Your might says... Sorry about that. Prince 7, thank you for the gift. So your might is responding to the person who was insulting me earlier, and he says you're the one that's unwell. But let's move away from that. Thank you very much for that, your response. Okay, from your might, according to the finance minister, Nigeria's cuts from the increased oil production is roughly around 200k barrels per day. Larger chunk had been forwarded sales under Buhari. Absolutely, you know. I want to join German, right? We've already finished the child's food. Why is that inside belly? The point is that you've been paid for what you have not even produced. Therefore, as you're producing it, you're using to pay back for what you have borrowed. We're in a conundrum, and I think we should appreciate Tinubu, you know, for the way he's steering the ship of this nation. All right, read a few more things before we go back to the clips. I want to make sure I'm getting your feedback as well. Somebody says some people only think about what they eat today. I mean, to be honest, right? May God provide for you. May God bless you. May God provide for you. But please, beyond your daily food, think about opportunities. There's something around you. Maybe just find something. Like which is a very terrible problem. Glad you be your own path to money. It is well with all of us. All right, let's go back to Obafemi George. So in the other video, in the first video I played, it talked about insecurity and what illegal mining is contributing to the security challenges in Nigeria, particularly in Zamfara. Then talked about, you know, youth spending too much time on social media and listening to wrong information, which eventually affects the way they view Nigeria. And I'm saying to us, please do not be like that. Then you also talked about the fact that a lot of people in South Africa back in the day only saw what was wrong and never got advantage of the opportunities. Years later, 1994 to 2026, it's been how many years now? About 32 years. And now everybody is saying you've got to go out of our country because they can't build. You cannot build on complaints. All right. So he talked about that. He also talked about how subsidies started in Nigeria in 1977, which I find very, you know, beautiful. And it says that we should take advantage of opportunities. But in this particular clip I'm about to play, it's a bit long. But I mean, I think it's something that we need to listen to. Here, it talks about what China had to do 50 years ago. Okay. And I often say that one of the people after Awolowo, my best politician in the history of the world, well, in recent times, is Lee Kuan Yew. And there's you should read this book, From Third World to First, the story of Singapore, and listen to some of his interviews. He said a lot of things about Deng Xiaoping, I hope I'm pronouncing his name correctly, and how they turned around, how he was essentially the one who steered the wheel and changed the direction of China from some of the plans that, you know, they had gotten from Chairman Mao. And I think that, I'm not saying that Tinubu is our own Lee Kuan Yew or Deng Xiaoping or whatever, but I'm saying that you can see the similarities. It's important to find that, you know, the pattern. You see the pattern, they draw the parallels. So let's listen to this gentleman as he talks about what China did, which to me, I think we're also doing something very close to it in this country at the moment. Take a listen to Obafemi George with Deji on Deji 360.
Fond of telling you, look, things are very difficult. Look, while we're seeing GDP growth, it's not reflecting in our lives. So what exactly is the problem? Why do we have this mismatch between GDP growth and the living standard of the people?
Thank you for having me, Deji. So there is no mismatch. The macro automatically gives back to the micro. The two are connected, but it's an organic process. So once you have your macro in place, it's only a matter of time. It's inevitable that it will translate to the micro.
So it's not automatic.
So it's not automatic. You don't, you know, I correct this impression when I talk to, journalists like you and when I engage with Nigerians. Religiously, we've been conditioned with this mindset that, you know what, everything is a miracle. And I believe in miracles. I'm a Christian, I believe in miracles. But you see, when it comes to building an economy, you don't wake up one day and move from a $340 billion GDP economy to a $1 trillion economy. I know that what God cannot do does not exist. But God walks through men and he builds through men. And I always tell people, let's compare Nigeria with nations that have done what you are trying to do. Either in Africa, either in the Middle East, either in Far Asia.
China is a good example.
Okay, so Deji, let's pick China, for example. So, China was where we are today about 50 years ago, 1979 to be precise. Where China is today, they started this journey deliberately in 1979. And for viewers who are watching, so that they don't say, oh, maybe Obafemi is pro-APC, I just challenge them. They should go and read a report, World Economic Forum report, that was released June 2025, a year ago. And the title is How China Became Rich, the 40-year journey of China. So in 1979, when China decided that, you know what, we want to lift 800 million people out of poverty. We want to move from being another developed nation into a developed nation. Out of all the things they began to do, they began to do three things. Number one, massive investment in infrastructure, which is what we are doing today with this government. They created special economic zones, which is comparable to our own free trade zones. They began to invest heavily in tertiary education. Now, let's pick those three. Infrastructure. In 1979, China had about 57,000 kilometers of rail network. Today, they have 157,000 kilometers. As of 1979, China could not boast of any super highway, not one. 1979. Today, China has built 4,700 kilometers of super highway that crisscrosses across China. They've built massive seaports, massive airports. Those are things that create economic growth, both at the macro and at the micro level. Now, when China began, because it's good, you know, there's a proverb in Yoruba that says that, oh, we've never seen this before. We're only scaring the person who is hearing it. I mean, for Yoruba-speaking people, if you interrogate China's growth, which is what everybody cites, when they started doing this in 1979, their GDP was $340 billion US. 1979. Yeah. By 1989, it was actually $178 billion. Not $178 billion in 1979. By 1989, they've only partly doubled.
That's 10 years after.
10 years. They struggled to double in 10 years. By 1989, the GDP of China had grown to about $360 billion. By 1999, 20 years after, was when China crossed $1 trillion benchmark. Another 10 years, they crossed $4 trillion. Today, China is $46 trillion GDP economy. I'm not saying it's going to take us 40 years, because now we have the leverage of learning from them. And that's why I see, when I talk about President Tinubu, people condemn me. Remember that Lekki Free Trade Zone was created by President Tinubu when he was governor in 2006. And the reason why he partnered with the Chinese was because he had studied the Chinese model, that they created special economic zones. They know how to do it, and that's why he partnered with them. And look at what Lekki Free Trade Zone has turned into. Perhaps the most successful free trade zone in the entire country. One man's vision. When he created that, between 1999 and 2007, Lagos GDP was less than $15 billion. Today, Lagos GDP is $248 billion US in 20 years. Anybody who's condemning this government, most of them live in Lagos.
I love this. I love this. So let me start by saying that they refer to a report from the World Economic Forum. If you go to Radio Me Global now on Telegram, you'll find the link to that report there. I would love all of us to read it. Right? We are supposed to be very, very, informed people. So please go to, oh Jesus Christ, please read the document. Just go to Radio Me Global. the learning section, learning material section, even on the general feed, you'll find that link there. I think we should spend some time on it, but I also like you to listen to Lee Kuan Yew talk about Deng Xiaoping, because he's the father of new China, so to speak. But let me just read something from that report very quickly. Again, we can read it together. I'd like you to really click on it. Let's open it. Because you heard China went to China. Have you not heard it before? You must have heard it before. China went to China. Let's educate ourselves, all right? So what you see here is, the title of the title of this thing is, again, this is from World Economic Forum. The link is on Telegram. Our Telegram channel is Redomi Global. So you can go on your browser and just type t.me. You know what, let me type it, t.me/Redomi Global. That's Redomi is REDOMI. I'm going to type it out here so that folks, please, if you're on TikTok, please let me type it. I want to type it for folks on YouTube, and then maybe pin it. t.me/Redomi Global. Capital letters and we'll be into here. Number cover down on you. All right, so please go to that link. Just click on that link. If you're on YouTube, you see there. Please click on it, and it will take you to that channel. Join the channel. Click on the link you find, and then I want us to read together. That's why I'm doing this, because I don't want to read at you. I want to read with you. Like I said, we don't have people that can type. Please now, help us type now. Don't worry, I won't do it. Don't worry. I can do it here. So the challenge with TikTok though is that you can't click on it and then expect to be taken to the website, but at least you can see the spelling, and then you can, maybe type it out. So that's it. Okay, having said that, let me just read a few things from here. How China got rich, a deep dive into China's 40-year history of economic transformation. It's about the historical analysis of China's economic rise, emphasizing the continuity between Mao-era foundations and post-1978 reforms. Thank you very much, Sean Obankwa. Then it talks about the consolidation of growth through state-guided modernization, spanned infrastructure, foreign investment, digital innovation, and strategic industrial policy. And the third one is allowing for experimental approaches, improvisation, and creative thinking that will drive economic dynamism in the future. We require careful balancing. I'm just going to read the first 2 or 3 paragraphs, then we'll listen to Lee Kuan Yew, who I believe to be one of the brightest minds, one of the greatest people, greatest man who ever walked this earth. But let me read this for you from World Economic Forum. How did the People's Republic of China achieve its dramatic economic transformation? How did it go from an overwhelmingly rural, impoverished, and technologically backward nation to a technological superpower with cutting-edge technology companies, world-beating EV makers, and an enviably extensive network of high-speed rail lines, and an expanding influence across the global south in the course of only 40 years? In recent decades, that tale has most often been told, especially outside of China, as a story of escape from ruinous ideological excesses in the Mao era. In a time of neoliberal ascendancy, it's perhaps unsurprising that China's conspicuous success, average annual GDP growth exceeded 9% between 1980 and 2015, would serve as Exhibit A in the case for market liberalization, trade, and deregulation. Even today, with these mainstays of the neoliberal gospel no longer viewed so widely as unalloyed positives, it's still the case that an assertion that China has successfully lifted hundreds of millions out of poverty is likely to be challenged with the assertion that hundreds of millions of Chinese lifted themselves out of poverty. Mao's foundation setting the stage. Wait, let me see how much we can take before we... let's do it this way. Let's all read. Let's discipline ourselves. Let's read this thing together. It's very long. I don't mind reading it, but I think you should read it as well. Okay. So what I'll do here, rather than read everything, is probably just read a few more things and then we'll listen to Lee Kuan Yew. Okay. Mao's foundation setting the stage for reform. To be sure, the growth of the private sector, wage and price liberalization, the export sector, and openness to foreign investments each played a critical part in China's rise. And growth really did take off once Deng Xiaoping's signature policy of reform and opening kicked in. At this point, I think we should listen to Lee Kuan Yew talk about Deng Xiaoping. Okay? Take a listen.
A man that you admire as much as anybody that I know.
If you have met him and you know what China would have been without him, you cannot but admire the man. At 70...
More than admire. I mean, you look at him as one of the giants of our time.
He saved the country.
After the Cultural Revolution.
1.2 billion people would have imploded like the Soviet Union.
After the Cultural Revolution or after Tiananmen or when?
No. He saw it in the 1970s, before Tiananmen.
Yeah.
He saw it before the Soviet Union imploded. And he said, open up to China, to the Chinese. Open up all the coastal provinces. Let's do this controlled exercise, see whether it will work. Free trade zones, and in the countryside, contract farming, no longer communes.
Yeah.
It succeeded.
A man that you admire.
There is another clip, I think it's a bit longer, where, you know what, let's learn. Okay, let's learn. Take a listen to this. Alright, take a listen, please.
I was born.
So somebody asked
5,000 years, and
this man it does something to my brain. Alright, let's start. It's about 14 minutes. We'll not take everything, but just something enough. Here, he's actually talking about how the role Singapore played in the rise of China. But he also mentioned something about, the collaboration between, himself and Deng Xiaoping. Please take a listen to this.
Deng Xiaoping is a great man. He was fortunate to live long enough, and he had the courage to say, no, we change course.
He went down to Shenzhen and said, learn from all countries in the world, and most of all, learn from Singapore. The order is good, and they are a very prosperous society.
In November 1978, China's paramount leader, Deng Xiaoping, embarked on a historic trip to Singapore. Little did he know, this small island nation, then vilified by the Chinese press as a running dog of Western imperialism, would play a pivotal role in modern China's destiny. As the only other independent nation with an ethnic Chinese majority, its incredible success story, under the visionary leadership of Lee Kuan Yew, resonated deeply with Deng, who was searching for a new path for his country after years of turmoil. Now let's look back at why Deng's 1978 trip was so significant and how tiny Singapore was so instrumental in modern China's meteoric rise as an economic powerhouse.
I had the privilege of meeting him, talking to him for 3 days. And he is, in my lifetime, the most impressive man I've ever met. Small, barely 5 feet, stood erect, tremendous aplomb, a man of few words, but carefully thought, every few words carefully thought out.
Though the 1978 visit to Singapore was important to China, for over a century prior, the Chinese community in colonial Singapore had been instrumental in raising funds and supporting the mainland against hostile Western and Japanese imperial forces. Deng himself had first visited the island nation earlier in 1920. Then 16 years old, he was among 84 students from Sichuan chosen for a prestigious work-study program in France. Stopping at Shanghai, Hong Kong, Vietnam, Sri Lanka, and of course Singapore, Deng witnessed the harsh treatment of local workers by their colonial masters, leaving a lasting impression on him and influencing his future political trajectory. Nearly 6 decades later, Deng would revisit the small city-state as China's paramount leader under very different circumstances. Driven by concerns around Soviet-backed Vietnam's growing influence in the region, he strategically included Thailand, Malaysia, and Singapore in his itinerary, seeking support from regional leaders to counter Vietnamese expansionism. In November 1978, Deng finally reached Singapore, an unlikely nation poised to become a pivotal player in China's future.
I had Deng Xiaoping to dinner once in November of 1978. And in a moment of whimsy, part of my speech, I said, I wondered what would have happened if Deng Xiaoping was born in Singapore and I was born in China. He looked askance. I said, I'm quite sure that Deng Xiaoping would be running Singapore. I'm not sure Lee Kuan Yew would have got halfway up the heap. Because I would have had so many bright, so many tough, so many conspiratorial groups that would have just knocked me down. It's a greasy pole. You get there as much by luck as by merit.
Deng.
All right, so we can go on talking about this. But I think you should also, watch documentaries on Deng Xiaoping, and also I like looking at him through the lens of Lee Kuan Yew for some reason. I don't want to talk about it. I just think it has helped me to understand what China did in the 70s a bit better, because of course Singapore is essentially a majority Chinese nation. About 75% of the population is Chinese, even though you won't say they're Chinese, but they are Chinese, right? Ethnic Chinese. All right, and in another conversation, we'll probably talk about how ethnicity helped Singapore and things like that. Well, that's not today's topic. Anyway, please again check out the Telegram channel. You'll find a link from the World Economic Forum on how China, became what China became in 40 years. All right, so that when we hear people say China went to China, we'll not be carried away by such pedestrian arguments and childish comparisons. We actually know exactly what China did that got them there. It wasn't by shouting that US went to US or England went to England. They were not referring to people that came before them. They were more serious about how things should go, and I hope that Nigeria also takes a lead from that. Back to the story on Keir Starmer's resignation and Peter Obi calling for the President Tinubu's resignation. And of course, I also talked about how Bayo Onanuga responded and said that Peter Obi's, call for president resignation is actually quite childish. And then he went on to list the achievements of the president. Well, on Arise News, they had a conversation about this whole, brouhaha. And Rufai was saying he had, some things to say, and then Dr. Ruben Abati also had some interesting things to say as well. So I'd like you to listen to both of them, and then after this we'll go on to another topic. Take a listen to this.
These things now, they will say, no, you are childish. So the question I just want to ask Mr. Bayo Onanuga is, was the APC also childish when they were calling for Jonathan's resignation? Because let's do it 1-1. No cheating. Balenciaga. Was the APC also childish when they were calling for Jonathan's resignation? Because all the things they said Jonathan should resign for, it has happened under them too. Today, I'm sure my big guy here, Dr. Abati, is just smiling in his mind. He's vindicated because that time, they attacked you. I felt for you that period. There's nothing they did say about you. There's nothing they did right. But look at them. It's happening under their government today. Ayo, is he only resigned that Obi say that they are saying is childish? This was the same APC that said they will call for a parallel government if they don't win the election. You know what parallel government is? Anarchy. They said it, APC.
So the point he's making, I made it earlier, and I don't think I want to dwell on the whole idea of parallel government. But we're talking about what Peter Obi said in this particular instance, and I said earlier that cool. I mean, I don't like that, Peter Obi is saying it, but I think he has a basis to say it. I mean, there is precedent. So can as well jump on that. But we'll listen to Ruben Abasi now, and again, this was on Arise News. Take a listen to this.
I've seen ministers.
Excuse me.
Your mandate will stand. It's almost replacing the national anthem in the reckoning of APC supporters. I've been in the corridors of power. I've seen governors. I've seen ministers. I've seen otherwise important people kneeling down in front of the Nigerian president and crawling on all fours. And that has been the case since 1960. But in the case of President Jonathan, he would tell people, please stand up, stand up, stand up, stand up. I'm a human being. I'm not, more than a human being. But that is Nigeria's political culture. So here in Nigeria, religion, divisiveness, and psychophancy will have made it impossible for a president of Nigeria to come forward and say, I want to resign from my position. How many persons have resigned from the National Assembly, despite the fact that they have a lot of questions to answer there? How many ministers have taken the courage, summoned the courage to just walk away? So the political culture is different. The system is different. And the question to ask is, would Mr. Peter Obi himself, were he to be in the same circumstances, will he just resign? No, he will not. Indigo will come, to be specific, and say, you are not there on your own. You are representing us. It's paid propagandists in the media who also say, no, we don't think that this is the right thing to do, doing their work as agents of a politician. Other people, particularly the obedience, the party that it belongs to, will tell him that you cannot resign. This is Nigeria. It belongs to all of us. Whether you are popular or not, we will do it together. So I see in Mr. Peter Obi's statement a tinge of populism. So it's just a populist thing. And Mr. Peter Obi himself knows that if he were to become president of Nigeria, people in Lagos or in Osogbo say he's no longer popular, we are not happy with him, or another opposition party is saying, I'm the Nigel Farage of Nigeria. This is reform Nigeria. We don't want this again. So that's that about that, as far as I'm concerned.
All right, so I think that's a very good place to end it. We all know that, I don't think there's any, I know, I don't know about you, that do anything close to resigning, and people are just grandstanding. However, I think it's also important to use the opportunity to ask those in boys' school offices to do better. And particularly, I want to say this just very quickly, that those who are in charge of media for the president, Baron Onuga is doing a great job. Solidarity is doing a great job. But I think more has to be done. Right, so it doesn't look like just individuals talking. There's a lot that's happening that is not being heard because things are being drowned out by the noise of negativity coming from certain quarters. So they've got to talk more about what the president is doing, so people don't become more disillusioned just because of the narrative that's popular on social media. Someone said Dr. Abati is more mature than Rufai. Definitely. But again, they have different views, so that happens. Shona Bankwa says Dr. Abati is an OG. Yes, he is. Oh boy. All right, let's move on from this news. And someone says at times, yes. Well, it is what it is, I guess. Let's move on to the next news report. We have 2 more news reports, I think, and then we'll bring people up. So, just in case you haven't heard, people are being repatriated to Nigeria from South Africa. Just last week, a few clips came out on social media of people returning, and some of them, saying South Africans are bad, they're terrible people, regardless, they were there for 20 years. I wonder how they were able to live in a country that was so terrible for 23 years. Quite interesting. Anyway, a lot of people were brought back to Nigeria. Some of them were even given money, 1.1 million naira each. And on the heels of that news, we also heard about what happened in Ethiopia, where the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Bianca Ojukwu, representing the federal government, went to finalize the deal for prisoner exchange with the Ethiopian government. And while that was going on, the folks in South Africa, apparently not everybody had been airlifted out of the country. Other Nigerians are still there who are looking forward to returning to the country. And a lot of them went to the High Commission and they decided to air their grievances. Apparently, they were expecting that it should be a lot smoother than it has become, but apparently it did not work out that way. Before we play this, you'll notice that it looks like most of the people are from a particular part of Nigeria, and these are the same people that say Tinubu is not president. And these are the same people that call Nigeria, I'm not mentioning any ethnicity, if it pains you, that's your problem. The same people that says Nigeria is a zoo. Those people also now have great, expectations of the same country. But let's start with the ones, who said the short things about, hey, see what's happening to them. And again, it's important that the government actually does right by them. But we also go to now listen to those who I think are just unnecessarily entitled and for the most part just foolish. But let's start with the milder ones. Take a listen to this. These are again, just to be clear, these are stranded Nigerians, regardless of the ethnicity. They are Nigerians and they are stranded at they stormed the Nigerian High Commission in Pretoria, and they are demanding that the government act fast in order to move them out of South Africa, particularly because the date that should I say South African people, because not even their government, but anyway, the day they set for foreigners leaving their country is actually fast approaching, so they feel the government needs to do better. But let's take a listen to some of them, and you can make up your mind if this works, or you can, when it's time to come up, please come up also and tell us what you think about this whole thing. Take a listen, please.
Since how many weeks, how many months now we are waiting there? Even the food they serve, we don't eat nice food, we don't bath nicely, so we are tired. We want to go home. That's
1 second. I think we have a little issue here.
Since how many weeks, how many months now we are waiting there? The food they serve, we don't eat nice food, we don't sleep nicely, we don't bath nicely, so we are tired. We want to go home. That's what I want to say.
I can't hear, but Shengbo, just to be sure. Okay, let's start all over again. Take a listen, please.
Since how many weeks, how many months now we are waiting there? Even the food they serve, we don't eat nice food, we don't sleep nicely, we don't bath nicely, so we are tired. We want to go home. That's what I want to say.
My grievances today is that I came to join my other fellow citizens of Nigeria to come and display our dissatisfaction about our stranded citizens who has been on the street here for the past 2 weeks waiting for the flight that never came till today. We are still waiting for the ambassador to come and speak to us, and we are yet to hear from him. However, the challenges our people are facing since 2 weeks, because imagine in this cold weather, it's winter here in South Africa, and women and children are laying on the street, sleeping without shelter, without food, no sanitary pads, no blanket. It's unhuman for another human being to be treated that way because they are waiting for the government to.
Since how many
send flight, of which the flight has been approved. We heard that 5 flights was sent. Only 1 came and go, left with 4. Where are the 4? When are they going to come? We do not know. That's why we are here to ask the government to explain to us, the Nigerians, what is going on.
My grievance, this is a lot. If I can start my grievances, it will not finish today. My grievances, let me lay my grievances from Nigeria. Nigeria is a country that the world is supposed to come to. Who is South Africa for us to come here and be called Kwere? Nigeria is the biggest country in Africa. But one problem with Nigeria is corruption, tribalism. That is why we left our country to this country. We are not supposed to come to this country. South Africa is supposed to come to Nigeria to work for us. You know, me, I'm a graduate. I studied sociology. So, but there is no way. The country is still on what I don't know. That is why we are in this country, suffering. I like what the present administration of Nigeria, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, did. For the first time, he tried to evacuate Nigerians in this type of problem. But look at what is happening. The first flight gone. The second flight was suspended. Without my grievances is a lot. If I
we not go agree in South Africa. So here's the thing for me, and you're going to understand why I'm talking like this in a bit. When did these people become Nigerians? And I say this because, while of course I empathize with those who have to sleep on the streets and no food, no water, and everything. For the most part, I mean, and you can tell, particular group. The same people that call Nigeria zoo and say all kinds of things about the country are the ones now expecting the president to do some things. I mean, the president has to do what he has to do because they are citizens. But I'm just, like somebody wrote there, they are fair weather citizens. Next minute you hear about how a zoo, you know what? I think I should play these things so that you understand, because I've listened to it and it makes me feel very funny. Maybe it will not have the same effect on you. Let's take a listen together and then we'll talk about it later. Let's start with this one. Of this one, who thinks, I don't know who he thinks he is or who he thinks he's talking to. Very clownish human being. Take a listen, please.
People are stranded sleeping on the streets.
That way, Jari. Oh yeah, Ẹkáàbọ. We'll start again.
People are stranded sleeping on the streets. Even so many of them are sick. When I went inside there, so many of them inside there are sick because of the situation. Even right now, to see food to eat is difficult. If not, some of the pastors, like the Pentecostal Fellowship of Nigeria here in South Africa, have come with their food and some other organization to make sure that these people have food. The government cannot even provide food for the people that are stranded in the High Commission here. It's so embarrassing. It's so shameful that the government of Nigeria are irresponsible. I don't know what to say about it, but the Nigerian government are incompetent about the citizens. There is no reason. They are promising us today. If I send you the flight, they send there. They send us on the 5th. So many times they have failing. When they said whatever, they failed. So they have promised us several times.
May I have a question? Did Nigerian government send these people to South Africa? Did the government tell you to go there? I mean, to be fair, the government has a duty to its citizens, but it goes beyond just shouting, I have rights. Who told you to go there in the first place? A lot of people went there, became illegal residents, all those things you didn't do, regardless of, I mean, you didn't ask the government what they thought about it. You just did it because you wanted to do it. And then you said things like, oh, because of tribalism and corruption, that's why you left Nigeria. Ha! So why do you want to come back? Nigeria has not changed though. There's still corruption and tribalism. So what do you want to come back to? This is a joke. And one woman, I don't know, maybe he's trying to also, I think she's trying to use psychology, decided to call them, together and, say maybe soft words, and hopefully they'll be able to reach reach the authorities and those people. By the way, the government has to do what they have to do. Like I keep saying, the government owes them a duty because they are citizens. But there's a level people get to. You just know that, what kind of rubbish is this? I will stand for Nigerians regardless of how stupid some people get when they call Nigeria a zoo, which is absolute nonsense, right? But I will still stand up for their rights because they're Nigerians, which is a shame, because they should not be, if you're really keeping it a buck, right? But I'll still speak up for them. They should be helped. But it gets to the point where you're talking and see somebody send you there. Who told you to go there in the first place? But the government needs to do what they have to do. So it's that balance. I can't like balance, as you probably know. So I was talking about this lady who then decided to use a different approach. And I don't know if it worked. I hope it does work. Please take a listen to this.
I want to hear you say, thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President.
We see the good thing you're doing.
We see the good thing you are doing.
And we are just pleading to fast track it.
And we're just pleading to fast track it.
Now that is a valid message.
Thank you,
Mr. President.
Thank you, President.
Thank you for what?
Thank you for what?
We'll listen to the other clowns. But the woman who spoke is an ambassador. Maybe it's part of the diplomatic etiquette she learned. Her name is Ambassador Ninikanwa Okeuche. Okeuche. So Igbo as well. And she's a Nigerian Consul General in South Africa. And maybe she's trying to get them to also calm down. And then you hear the most ridiculous thing you could ever hear from a supposed Nigerian just after her. I mean, she did the right thing, and I hope it works. But then I hear some of these clowns just making noise. Take a listen to it from the beginning all over again, all right?
Hear you say, thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President.
We see the good thing you're doing.
We see the good thing you are doing.
And we are just pleading to fast track it.
And we're just pleading to fast track it.
Now, that is a valid message.
Mr. President. Thank you.
Thank you, President.
Thank you for what?
Thank you for what?
Malawi's government has steadily taken their people home. Zimbabweans are steadily taking their people home. Mozambicans are steadily taking their people home. Our people are asked to leave their homes and come here to be lifted. They sold the little things they have. Their house rent here is monthly. It's not like Nigeria where you pay yearly. They pay house rent here monthly. And so people have told their landlord, bye-bye, I'm not renewing my rent. And they have moved, only to be stranded here. And then you are telling us to thank the government of Nigeria. Why would we thank Mr. Tinubu?
Thank you, President. For what?
For what? They ask people to come out. Even if you have not asked Nigerians to come out, we will find our way.
Yeah.
But you ask us to come out on winter, women and children on winter. And they are here stranded. And the politicians are there in Nigeria.
No, guys.
Arguing and satisfying themselves. And these people are left here with no hope. And you are telling us to tell Mr. President, thank you. What are we thanking you for? We sent you to go and do the job there. And if you feel that you can't do the job, resign. So that somebody who can do the job will fix Nigeria.
Yeah.
A small country like South Africa is holding us ransom because our government does not know what they want. So if Tinubu cannot fix Nigeria, which we have seen, he can't fix Nigeria at home, he cannot help Nigeria in the diaspora. So why do we say we have a government? Then he should resign and allow people who can be able to, because he begged to apply. He said, please elect me and I'm going to save Nigeria. You are elected and you are doing nothing.
Nothing.
Plane that has been arranged and people have left their home. Then we are stranded here and you are telling us to thank you for making us to be stranded. Whereas other African countries are already taking their people home.
Voilà. It's Keir said it's a shame you are all mocking them. Keir, it's a shame you cannot think. It's a shame you have no capacity to reason. You think this is mockery? You really think this is more? Some of you don't have sense, so some people need to be telling you, hey, Lokbolo, you don't have sense. So you in your head, you would think that anybody that has enough sense, so this is what I've said so far, would say that yes, I'm saying the government needs to lift them and get them out of there because of course they're still Nigerian citizens. But then you wonder what audacity do these people have to be shouting on President Tinubu something. You literally call Nigeria a zoo, including this clown in the comment section. Nigeria is a zoo. How come Biafra are not Biafra or whatever IPOB thing are not lifting you guys out of South Africa? It's a legitimate question. You can't call all of us zoo, say the government is not right, Tinubu is a terrible person, insult the country, do everything. Then as soon as you get into a particular, fix, you now remember that Tinubu should resign because what? It did not lift you out of South Africa. What kind of rubbish is this? And suddenly everybody knows exactly what a good government looks like. Don't say you left Nigeria because of tribalism. The one you have in your home has not left you. Is it good that they are stranded? Of course it's not good. Maybe it's the president's fault itself. It's Nigeria's fault. Just let people find their way back home. Did you send them there? And I'm sorry, I may be sounding a bit harsh. It's just, I hate it when people just... Entitlement mentality is terrible. I mean, like I said earlier, it's bad that people are sleeping in the streets and they are having, they're having issues with food and everything. Which clown says he's disappointed in me? I don't know you. Are you okay? What do you mean you are disappointed? Are you normal? Let me use that skit. I might just laugh because if I talk what's in my mind. Are you normal? You're not serious. You can talk about how it's wrong that Nigeria will get people out and leave them in the streets. The government needs to do better. Okay, I insulted you. Okay, sorry. Are you okay now, Undo? Did I really insult you? Because you were moving mad in the comment section, but sorry if it makes you feel bad. You call what I'm doing mockery. How is that mockery? That's also an insult, but it's okay. 2G4, sorry. Back to what I was saying. It is wrong for the Nigerian government to call any Nigerians, regardless of what they call Nigeria, say the Nigeria is a zoo or anything. If you say that you want to help them, help them. I mean, we have a problem with processes in this country. We all know that. And it's terrible, and there's no excuse for that. You've got to be able to do things right. Okay? When it gets to the point where the consul is saying that, President Tinubu, we thank you. Even that one is a bit, it feels somehow. Thank you very much for the gift. I really appreciate it. It feels somehow that it will get to the point where she has to talk like that. That means that she herself, she's already fed up and she cannot do anything about it, which is a shame. I can acknowledge that as a Nigerian. If a Nigerian is stranded somewhere, especially after you have promised them they're going to help them, you should do what you have to do to get them back home. Having said that, there is no basis for those who call Nigeria a zoo and who are always shouting Biafra to be telling the rest of us that the president should resign because he has not lifted them out of South Africa. What kind of nonsense is that? Who are you? We must be able to speak to power and also talk to clowns. What kind of rubbish is all this? Let me not talk. It's not mockery. It's just that you guys call Nigeria all the worst names in the world and in the dictionary, and then suddenly you remember your citizens because you're in a fix. Haba. But on a serious note, to move away from response to clowns, Nigerian government, the country itself needs to do things better. If you know you cannot leave them. Maybe there are some logistical issues that probably are, but children are sleeping in the street. Those children did not probably call Biafra, Nigeria, or whatever. They're just, innocent Nigerians. Meanwhile, when you were doing all your Eze in South Africa, you said we should shut up. Eze in East London, Igwe, East London. This kind of nonsense. East London. You were telling everybody to shut up. You also have rights. One clown went there and be telling them that Amaka Zulu came from Igbo land. That the founder of Zulu, what kind of madness with this? As the person who start Zulu for South Africa, now Iboma will then banish, changing people's history. They got fed up. By the way, those ones also have their own problem with xenophobia. Those ones are just disenchanted. They don't know who to be angry with. They're just angry at anybody, which is ridiculous. But it's their land at the end of the day. You go to another person's house, you are moving anyhow. You are telling them you are also black. Who cares? We are black, and so what? You should be moving mad. That said, I want to use this opportunity to call on the Nigerian government. If you promise your citizens something, fulfill that promise, right? Regardless of, I mean, you know that they used to call you zoo and everything, but we said let us take our eyes off it. So they are there now. It's important that the Nigerian government actually, gets in there and brings them back home, particularly because the deadline is very close. If they grab these people next week, it's 30th though. I know the date for South Africa, but I know the date. They are going to shops and closing shops down. Those I don't know what's wrong with them as well. Some of them in South Africa, closing people's shops down, telling them to get out, all those kind of things. And they're saying on the 30th, everything's going to get very hot. So hopefully this will be done before that time comes, because apart from all these adults who are always insulting Nigerians, there are children. There are children who are Nigerians as well, and the government is, even the ones who are misbehaving, the government is still, indebted to them as citizens. It's quite interesting how this government thing works. Civics, but it's supposed to be both sides, but regardless, so government should do the needful. Let's get our people out of South Africa. And when they get here, please, let's be careful how we put people also. We don't want to start hearing things like good governance in Lagos. And state governors should also do something. It doesn't have to be the federal government. It doesn't. And it may interest you to know that there are Nigerians who are sitting in South Africa today that nobody can chase away. Even South Africans don't want them to go. There are doctors who are Nigerians who are in South Africa. There are lecturers who are Nigerians who are in South Africa. It's the people who went there after, the story now. Just go somewhere, just cut everywhere. Oh my show. Something you just have to hold yourself back, because if you go and talk now, you'll not be like say, oh God. Where were we? Someone says, Akoko says, to be sincere, Prof, Igbo benefits more from federal government than any other tribe. They actually do benefit a lot, to be honest. Themselves and the Hausa benefit a lot as well. But to be fair, the Hausas, those ones, they talk for another day. By the way, they're also pushing hard against Sofula and the Hausa thing now. I mean, it's getting crazy among the Hausa people. But Igbos have actually benefited more than they're willing. And here's the thing, because they're always complaining, it's difficult for you to even appreciate how much the government has done for them. How many... This prison exchange in Ethiopia, just about every single person on that list, 136 names, almost everybody there was Igbo. And you do that for what? No, for people see insult you. They still call Nigeria Zoo. This South Africa thing, now there are other Nigerians there, but the ones that the Guinea corn is affecting most is from a particular. It's not fair. It's not cool. People should fix their homes, though, but Nigeria government should do the needful. People need to get back home and should stop sleeping in the streets. And but this one that's calling for Tinubu to say, if Tinubu cannot fix Nigeria, which we have seen, he can't fix Nigeria at home. I'm reading, he cannot stop Nigeria in the diaspora. So why do we say we have a government? Then he should resign and allow, so that your Lord and Messiah can become president. And here's the funny thing. Election time will come now. You still give Peter Obi 90-something%. Like, you guys don't have foresight. I'm not saying all the people in the ethnicity. I'm saying like the ones who are shouting. So I don't want to make it look like I'm insulting anybody. But you get the point. You will not even have, you will even vote in such a way that you'll be able to negotiate. Don't be shouting and insulting everybody. Tinubu is not resigning. Nothing is going to make him resign. However, the Nigerian government also needs to get up and doing and get our citizens out of that place. When they come home, they should also create in fact, before they get home, create a way to make sure that people are properly settled so that we don't, the cities are already bursting at their seams, particularly Lagos. May God give us understanding. Akoko says, Prof, if people didn't vote for Tinubu, now God could judge them. Tinubu will not get 10% in that Igbo land. If he does, that will be a miracle. And miracles happen. If he likes, let him build a skyscraper that reaches the heavens. It doesn't matter. They were saying that if the government builds the Niger Bridge, they will feel included. They will see that as inclusivity. All right? Buhari comes along. They hated him, called him Jubril or Sudan, said he was dead before he died, said all kind of nonsense about him. He didn't care. He built that bridge. Guess what they said? They said the bridge was actually built by Jonathan. It doesn't matter what you do. President Tinubu is building roads. They are rehabilitating the standard gauge between Aba and Port Harcourt, the railway. They are building roads from Aba to across Port Harcourt, Umuahia, that side. They are doing all kinds of projects there. They still don't care. If what I just said right now is about Yoruba, what I would have said next would have been good because I'll be Yoruba. I mean, it should be Yoruba, so nobody will call me anything. So let me just not say it. Here's the point. No matter what the president does, I mean, he should do what he has to do because they're part of Nigeria. Whether they vote for him or they don't vote for him, they're Nigerians. He should just do what he needs to do. But he should not expect any reward like they're going to vote. Vote score. Don't vote anything. You might even get less than what he got the last time. But the point is whether they vote for him or not, It would be nice if they do vote for him, but I'm not holding my breath. And like I said the other day, as bad as it is, I don't like what I'm about to say, but it's the truth. You don't really need the Southeast to become president in Nigeria, and it's a sad thing. I've said it before, I'm saying it's sad. But it's the truth. Meanwhile, now you day against yourself. May God give everybody understanding because this Nigeria issue now something else. Anyway, if you're on TikTok, please power tap. We're going to move on to the final topic and then I'll bring people up and then we'll talk and close for today. What I'm about to play, I think I'm actually talking as though some of my comments in this last video is like anticipatory, okay? Because what I'm about to play is straight out of Nazi playbook. If you're on YouTube, please subscribe to the channel. It'd be lovely to, have you watch some of the videos we've done before and also support us that way. It's straight out of Nazi playbook, and it can only come from one ethnicity in Nigeria and some others that are trying to be like them. This young man decided to do what he probably thinks is maybe the most important thing he's done in his life, which is absolute nonsense, and just went on to essentially regurgitate what Joseph Goebbels would have, said. Essentially repeat what Hitler would have thought about. But you see, as bad as that thing was, at least Hitler and Goebbels were in their own land. They were Germans. These are people who roamed the streets like vagabonds, unable to settle in a particular place and call it home, and then go to other people's places to determine how things should be because for some reason they think that they have an idea how the world works. And in reality, they don't. And in case you think I'm wrong, please take a listen to some of these things that this clown said. I don't even want to mention his name because it's that unnecessary. However, let me say this. It is not a one-man thing. It's not like, it's just a person saying it. It's just one person. No. It's not one person. It's a cultural outlook. It's a cultural worldview. It doesn't mean everybody there thinks like that. There will be exceptions. But every rule has exceptions, right? There will be exceptions. It's important for me to mention that because It also guides you to know how you are going to talk to people. Okay, because people, the way they move, you just think everybody in their family doesn't have sense, but they are good people, they are sensible people. All right. However, it's also the matter that this thing is a cultural outlook. It's a worldview. It's a way they see the world, and it's something that I've, in recorded history, I've seen patterns since the 1930s. And it's a shame that we're still dealing with that in 20. You expect people to have evolved. Even caterpillar knows how to become butterfly. These guys don't know how to evolve. It's a shame. Take a listen to this, please.
Having meetings with us, telling us that we non-Yoruba should stay away from the election. That is, we have no right to choose who becomes governor in Lagos. And I was like, what? How would you tell me that? I employ people in Lagos. I pay my taxes in Lagos. I have my business in Lagos. I'm almost a decade in Lagos. And you're telling me I can't decide? I don't have a voice. So I should let you, who have no business, you who have no sense of, no business, you are not educated, to decide for me who have bigger stakes. I have bigger stakes than you. You are an indigene, but I have bigger stakes because I've invested here. I have bigger stakes because I have a business here. I have bigger stakes because I have a second address here. So why would you tell me that simply because you are culturally affiliated to a community, to a land, some of you are not even called Lagosians, you are not indigenous of Lagos, but because you are Yorubas, you don't have bigger stakes than me. Nigeria is the umbrella under which I'm operating. So I have stakes in Lagos. I can run for office. I can vote for whoever I believe is the best. That's why we have elections. That's why the way it works. Those guys in the north, even though they're uneducated, they decide your president because they have numbers. So if we have numbers, we stay in Lagos, we live in Lagos, we parent in Lagos, we have lands in Lagos, we have kids in Lagos, and we can't decide who takes positions in Lagos, we can't run for office. Does that make sense? But you celebrate when your brother or sister becomes a governor in California, or becomes a minister in Canada, or you go to London and you see a man from Pakistan or from wherever becomes a governor, a Muslim, or an Indian immigrant becomes a governor, or a prime minister in the UK, or an immigrant from Kenya becomes the president in America, and you celebrate it. But when you come back home, you start saying, no, you are not from here, you're not from here. Are you aware that you are also an immigrant? Maybe not today, not yesterday, but hundreds of years ago, your parents, your great-grandfathers, your ancestors moved. So most of you are very daft people, very daft people. You know nothing. Where do you think the human genome came from? East Africa. When humans moved from being apes to hominid species, moving on two legs, it didn't happen in Lagos. The white men you see in Europe, are you aware they moved from Africa? They migrated. Are you aware that there's always room for people to move? People will always move. It's not about domination. It's human beings. We will move. And as we move, we propagate stronger species. Are you aware that natural selection actually chooses who stays and who leaves? Not by your...
We're going to listen to the rest. Who raises people? How do you get to the point where you can talk like this? It's like you don't understand the consequences. Like you don't understand basic courtesy. You're saying, let's start from the scratch. It's going to be a bit long. Stay with me. So you say you live in Lagos, you should be able to run to be governor of Lagos. So here's the thing. The Nigerian Constitution grants you as a citizen the right to run for office. And nobody has ever stopped anybody from running. You will not get there, but you will run. You cannot get there. If you run for your lifetime, you will not get there. But that you cannot run, I cannot even tell you cannot. If I say you cannot run, that would be unconstitutional. I would be flouting the law itself. I want to tell you one example. This happened in a man called Bob Okoroji. He's a lawyer. He lives in Lagos. And, Lagos-based constitutional lawyer, Mr. Bob Okorie, yeah. And he said at the time that he wanted to be governor of Lagos. He ran in 2011 and 2015 under the platform of ABGA. It's quite interesting that you would want to become governor of Lagos State, but you do it in an Igbo party, even though you're supposed to be leaving Yoruba land. It makes no sense. Again, cultural evolution. You guys are blessed. Let me not say anything bad. This guy tried to become governor in 2011 in Lagos. Did anybody stop him? No. You can run. And that's the thing. When people keep saying, we're staying there, we should not run, we must be able to run. It's not that they are not telling you that they want to run. And I want to say this to Yoruba people because a lot of our young people also need to listen to this. They are trying to make you feel like some people are against them running so that you can lower your guards and then allow them have your votes in order to be able to get what they really want. Nobody stops anybody from running. You just cannot get to where you are going. You just be you can run. Nobody can stop you from running. And there are Igbos who have run. This one has been running. By the time it goes gray hair, you will be fine. People, you can run. So this idea that, oh, I live in Lagos, I was able to run. You are looking for something else because nobody has told you cannot run. That's one. There are people who have even become political office holders who are Igbos in Lagos. So you wonder, what exactly is this clamor about? Because you already have what you say you want. So in reality, what you say you want is not really what you want. What you are saying is that you want to engineer outcomes. In other words, you're not really talking about what you're talking about. It's not about your right to run. You're talking about your right to win, which will never happen. You cannot blackmail people into voting for you. You cannot blackmail people into leading them, especially when you lack the capacity, as can be seen where you come from. You can run, but you cannot determine the outcomes. You have opportunities. You have equality of opportunities. You can do whatever, but you cannot have equality of outcomes. You cannot determine the outcomes. If you like, you can cry from now till thy kingdom come. You will not get to where you are running to, but you can run. I assure you. Secondly, he talked about the natural selection. Again, Darwinism. So the idea basically is that you are the strongest species, and you're looking around like, who are these people? Who is talking? You are this close to something I don't want to talk about. Like, how are you stronger? Again, this is more propaganda than anything else. The reason I speak like this is because words have power. Words mean something. If a person says some things in the air and you don't say something, people pick it up. And if you don't understand, if you have teenage kids, you probably need to learn as much as you can so that you can actually help them out, because these clowns will not stop until something happens. And I hope it doesn't happen in Yoruba land. It has happened in the north before. This is how they were speaking nonsense in 1966. And I've said it before. When you talk about the crisis of 1945, it happened because of a statement of one man. People were killed in the north because of what one man said in Lagos. The man is Charles Onyema. He made a statement at the Island Club in Lagos. He said that the Igbo domination of Nigeria is only a question of time. And I'm quoting him verbatim. The Igbo domination of Nigeria is only a question of time. He said that in 1945. As soon as he said it, somehow the information got to the north. They killed these people in the north. You cannot just be stupid like this. There are consequences. There are people who don't speak English like I do. They will just, people things can flip very easily. People are fiercely territorial, including the clown who is talking. Go to their region. They are very, and listen, there's nothing wrong with being territorial or with being, beyond even being territorial. These guys are fiercely ultra conservatives. They don't allow anything, even within their own ethnicity. from village, forget town, village, from village to village. And land is one of the things that they guard it with their life. They even worship it. You who know how important that thing is to you in your culture, why would you go to another person's place? I'm talking to them about natural selection, that the stronger species will come, and then you have the audacity to tell people that your own grandfather also came here. When they came and did they meet your own grandfather? In other words, forget the concept of ownership. We are all tenants. So I can come to your land and say, forget about ownership. We're not owners. We're all tenants. All of us are just passing by, But this person is fiercely guarding what belongs to him back at home. Talk to me about the Fulani man who has money, who is not a bad person, right? He's not, I mean, of course, it's not every Fulani that is into banditry now. A good Fulani man has his car, maybe even has a ranch. Tell him that he should go there and allow this person to rent. He wants to build a ranch in the east. He should rent that place to him. You hear what you hear. And I'm not saying he should do it or not. I'm just giving you an idea how open these people can be. You understand the value of land. How you talk to people and say things like nobody really owned it. After all, your great grandfather also migrated to this place. When they migrated, where were your own fathers? When and I've said it several times, because if people's fathers were conquering cities, taking territories, entering into spaces, building cities and establishing empires, what is it that your own fathers were doing? They were trying to determine whether they should evolve or not, and clearly they did not. I hope you did not hear any ethnicity, because if the shoe fits, just wear it with pride. October 2023, Vanguard newspaper. We won't accept a non-indigenous as mayor of Aba, native tell Governor Oti. And one of the statements they made in this news report was that Abia is not a no man's land. And they were talking in respect of an Igbo man, a man called John Udiagbala, who Oti had appointed as the mayor of Aba. His fellow Igbo said they don't want him because they're non-indigenous. But you cross streams and rivers and valleys and gullies, arrive here and tell me, Chebi, your own great-grandfather too got here at a particular time. Well, it didn't get here, so I can give it to you. Land is a very finite resource. It doesn't grow. It doesn't multiply. Whatever it is, it's fixed. It's a fixed asset. You learn that in economics. It's a fixed asset. You don't cut from it and give it away, then you come back and multiply. That's not how land works. Whatever people get, they hold on to it. And just because we democratize things in our own part of the country does not mean that retards should come into the land and tell us about natural selection. Unless, of course, they are talking about natural selection happening in their own part of the country, which has not really successfully happened, to be honest. He has some more terrible things to say, by the way. And I want to say this to people like, listen, if your goal in life is to lead Lagos, I was talking to, let me finish that thought process. If your goal in life is to win election in other people's land, your job in life is to study the culture of those people. Nobody cares about where you're coming from. Because if where you're coming from means anything, you will not be here. Imagine me going to the UK now and telling them that natural selection, I'm going to outbreed them. Listen, even if you want to outbreed them, must you be stupid enough to say it? The same mistakes being, it's not even a mistake at this point. You sit in 45 with Oyema, you sit in 66 with Igbo people in the north, taunting them, saying exactly things like this. In the north, across the north, in Kaduna, in Kano, in Sokoto, just insulting people until those ones had enough. They had enough after 4 months. See, you don't respect Yoruba people. When we had issues with these people, it was 10 years. 1938 to 1948 before Yoruba people responded. 1948, 10 years, because we're doing good people, great nation. We are still doing, which is okay. I like our own intellectual whatever, but There's anybody that read book. Oh. In the north, it was 4 months. The way they killed Igbos, the one that did not even taunt them will also suffer. Because now that they are taunting everybody and insulting everybody, you don't see the smart ones speaking up now. Well, maybe some of them are beginning to speak up, but more of you need to speak up. Oh. Because Toba Deleto, this thing that they are cooking, when the food don't finally ready, you go chop. Everybody at you that you were saying that it doesn't concern me, you never stop anybody, you now be writing me stupid nonsense like the one that one clown wrote here earlier when he said I'm disappointed in you. I'm like, I don't even know you. Your existence means nothing to me. I'm glad you're alive, but you don't add to anything I do. What concerns me about the fact that, what do you mean disappointed in? What kind of nonsense do people even say? The point I'm trying to make is that whether you liked it, whether you speak on it, whether you actually supported them or not, whether you were sitting on the fence, you don't know where you're going to fall because you're Humpty Dumpty. The point is, when this fool's done, finish, you go chop. Listen to the second clip. And the sad part is that you hear the elders who they talk, it goes big, it goes shake. It's just a shame. Jeez. And there's a reason for it. The reason is very simple. If you want to understand why a person can be like this and be repeating the same mistakes of his forebears, you understand number one, it's not a mistake. I should even say that it's not a mistake. It's a culture. That's number one. So you expect that to happen. Okay? Number two is a product of stagnation in cultural evolution. In other words, you are stuck. You are like a butterfly who is fighting with a moth, you are like, not butterfly, you are like a caterpillar fighting with a butterfly. Telling the butterfly you want to do natural selection. You have not even metamorphosed. There are 4 stages, right? There's egg, there's larva, there's pupa, there's adult. You are between egg and larva. You never even reach pupa. But you're going to tell butterflies how to fly and talk about natural selection. You have not been selected. You are still like with the major, like you don't even know what's happening in your life. I'm doing all this public service because there are people that will hear this thing, and this thing is going viral. People actually tagged me, a number of people tagged me today to see it. This thing will go viral. They will interpret it in other people's languages. Do you know how the crisis in the north in 1966, do you know how it started? August, September, do you know how it started? Apart from the fact that, just quick history, we'll go back to the clip. When northern officers began to kill Igbo officers and eastern officers in July, it started July 29, 1966, started in Abeokuta, moved to Ibadan, the north, all over the place. Northern officers just unaliving, Igbos. Officers. It was just officers at the time. Of course, at some point, they also killed, which is unfortunate, killed civilians. What then happened was that people returned home. Some people, not everybody, because they didn't have the mass exodus at the time. People returned home, and when they got the information in the east, they began to kill northerners in the east. And I know they omitted that in your own Nigerian history. I understand. Even me, I did not know. We have to read. If you read this book called 2 books, The Nigerian Civil War by John Desenjo and Crisis and Conflict in Nigeria by A.H.M. Green. Read those 2 books. You will see crazy things. Crazy things happened. But here's where I'm going. Do you know how the Northerners heard about it that led to the killing of like pure killings, which is, again, nothing makes killings cool. It's terrible. What happened was that there were some white people in Oboloafo who were going to the north. They witnessed the killings of Northerners in the east. Through them, the news got to Benin Republic. Radio Cotonou broadcast the news. The guys in Nigeria caught it, particularly in the north. They then interpreted the news into English and French. Into English and Hausa, because the original news was in French from Benin Republic. They interpreted it into English and Hausa and then broadcast it on their radio. Then the Northerners began to kill Igbos. Now forget officers, began to kill regular people. Listen, it doesn't matter how it happened. What happened was terrible. But I'm just telling you that Nigeria's history, we only talk about what happened. We never talk about why. And if you never ask the question why, you are not better than the clown walking the streets just disturbing the world and being a nuisance. You've got to be able to question things. And if you understood why, you not have raised people like this in 2026, who probably has a child, and I feel sorry for whoever this person gives birth to. Because what's the level of intelligence that person will have? If you go to another person here, years ago, and there'll be natural selection, you'll be breeded. You know what? So it doesn't look as if I'm even making it up. Listen to the rest of this story, because this guy is an interesting person. I don't want to say anything bad, but take a listen. His name is Jerry Nwobodo. Somebody asked me what's his name. His name is Jerry Nwobodo. And he's not alone. To be clear, he's not an individual. I've heard things like this, but just to have the boldness to make this video and put it on social media is actually quite crazy. But take a listen, please.
It means your capacity to understand is very low, very, very low. It happened today, to happen tomorrow. It's continuous. So if you all related. So every black man is so related that I don't understand people. People are just very, very funny. Because
I'm playing the wrong clip. That's the last one. This is the next one.
Domination. It's human beings. We will move, and as we move, we propagate stronger species. Are you aware that natural selection actually chooses who stays and who leaves? Not by.
Did this clown just say that they will move and they'll propagate stronger species? You propagate stronger species. You know, what if the weaker species hear this and deal with you before you become even strong enough to move them out? This is, and I'm holding myself back. By the way, this video is going out. This is ridiculous, and that's the mildest word I can use, because it's absolutely stupid for a person to say this. Even if your hosts are stupid, don't tell them to their face. Say, we're going to outbreed you with natural selection. We are the stronger ones. Will replace you in their land, and you plan to live in that land. If you're an Igbo here, I want to advise you, call your elders, have a meeting. They need to talk to you. You guys need to have conversations. Meanwhile, what Buhari said is true. He promised 15 psychiatric outposts in the southeast. President Tinubu has to do something about it. People are mentally retarded. You know what? I'm going to play. Let me just read. So it doesn't look like I'm insulting. I'm literally quoting the elders. This is absolutely insane. This is a book called Witness to Justice. All right, Witness to Justice. It was written by Matthew Asan Kuka. I want to tell you one of the claims that the Igbo leader said during the Oputa panel. When they were asking for Kini, they talked about remedies, not the musicians. If you know remedies, no remedies. All right, no remedies by Aegis and Eddie and Tony Tetula. Anyway, remedies sought by Ohaneze. They talked about the things they wanted. Then they talked about calculation of human losses during the Civil War. They mentioned all permanently retarded. I think those ones had children. This was, let me not say these ones, who were psychologically traumatized. They wrote, Igbo elders wrote this and sent it to Oputa panel. Not even sent it, they presented it at Oputa panel. They need to do something about these ones who are intellectually permanently retarded. I did not say it, they said it. That's why I'm reading it, so I did not say that I'm insulting anybody. Because how will you be saying this kind of thing in other people's lands? You will have natural selection, you will remove them in their land, and you expect to Ferrari law. See, like I said, the same way they interpreted the message from Radio Kutonu into Hausa and English, it's the same way people are doing it already. I'm seeing the way people are moving on social media. And be glad, Shah, that you're saying this to your Bible, because we are good people, great nation. One day you will cross your boundaries and you say it where you should not have said it, and then you will suffer. And clowns like the one who came earlier will say, oh, you are mocking them. It's not mockery. May God give us understanding. Let's listen to the rest of this. It's nonsense, but it's important to listen to it so that at least we'll know exactly where people's minds are at. Take a listen, please. You know what? I think I should connect it with the last thing we heard from the other clip so that it might make sense. Take a listen from here.
We'll move. And as we move, we propagate stronger species. Are you aware they moved from Africa? They migrated. Are you aware that there's always room for people to move? People will always move. It's not about domination. It's human beings. We will move.
I think it's important to quickly make a point here. Igbos cannot dominate. So let's stop all this nonsense about it's not about domination. You cannot. Okay? And the reason is because it's not like you have the capacity to dominate, just to be clear, because some people actually think that they know you cannot. When the phrase Igbo domination was very popular in Nigeria's history, I mean, you see that in many books, almost every book you read about the few years before independence and into the First Republic, you're going to see that refrain, Igbo domination in several books. That happened because certain people got the opportunity to do some things in government, whether in federal civil service or in politics, right, in government. And then they used nepotism to fill all the spaces with their own tribesmen and clans people. And that was when people began to complain about Igbo domination. It's not like you have the capacity to dominate. You were given opportunities which nobody should give you again. Not because they hate you, but because you have the propensity to be so clannish to the point where nepotism becomes your definition of meritocracy. It's a shame. Of us will learn. Hopefully not the hard way. So let's learn with English language and books. It's better this way.
And as we move, we propagate stronger species. Are you aware that natural selection actually chooses who stays and who leaves? Not by your having me domination. It's human beings. We will move. And as we move, we propagate stronger species. Are you aware that natural selection actually chooses who stays and who leaves? Not by your gra-gra. If you are weaker, you are going to die. Or you won't be able to replicate. So I don't know why people feel so emotional about how long are you going to live on Earth? 80 years, 100 years. These things happen over 500 years, 1,000 years. There's a replacement. Are you aware that Europe was once black? Before Europe became white. So I don't understand what people are saying.
This clown said that it happens over 500 years. How many of you studied European history? I mean, maybe not deep. I'm not saying you have a degree in it, but if you just read basic. I mean, I was talking to someone yesterday. My introduction to history was actually church history, and in studying church history, I had to study European history, and I was 13. The thing is, even at that age, I had enough sense to know that the people who were there at the time, over 500 years ago, are still. I mean, they are still essentially the same. I mean, the goals of. I mean, the names may have changed, but 500 years ago, Europe was not black. You can talk about the definition of racism and things like that, which of course will be too high for this clown. But the idea that, you know, after 500 years you can displace people, are we joking? Why do I do this? If a Yoruba person and you hear this and like, Shebu, you're going to be here for 80 to 100 years. What's the big deal? You're going to leave this earth. You know, there's a joke from Benga Deboye. When somebody said, I think it was Laisi Abeshukmele. I don't know if you know that story. Laisi Abeshukmele. Somebody came to Laisi Abeshukmele and said, what is land you are fighting over the land? Why are you fighting over this land now? Let it go. You will soon die. You are old already. You know what he said? He said, Timbalo unfile from Kama. Now, that's the way he said it. Timbalo kole sorry. Timbalo le ma file from Kama. Kama was his son. He's saying that if I don't use the land, I will leave it for my son. If you have a nomadic mindset, if you're a vagabond by reason of your cultural awareness or socialization as an ethnicity, you don't go around like a vagabond telling people that they're going to only be here for 50, 80 years, therefore they should do nothing about their land, because guess what? We are all, well, this world is not my home. You are singing Jim Reeves. If they slap you, so you are telling them the world is not your home, you're just passing through. It's just 50 to 80 years, therefore it doesn't really matter. If you're a right person, don't listen, no. A while back, there was a case about land that belongs to Madam Tinubu. They just finished the case in Lagos. I think it was a few years ago. You will have children. I'm from Ife. I'm from Ife. I'm going to mention that when he talks about the fact that some people are not even from Lagos, they're always talking, I'm from Ife, I'm proud of it. These clowns don't even know where they're from because they are vagabonds. Here's the point. I'm from Ife. There are things in my family today that have been there for 1,000 years. And I know exactly what I'm saying. This clown cannot tell a story of 100 years. No history, no sense of self, built nothing great. I can tell you stories of my own ancestors from more than 1,000 years. And I'm not joking. Maybe it makes it easier. I mean, by the way, if you cannot tell 1,000 years, don't feel bad. Mine is a bit easier because, they kept the history of the family. But at least, please research your own as well. The point I'm trying to make is this. Ancestors, right, who were the people who were in Ife back then, they gave birth to children. Their children are still, we are their children, we are still living till today. So the idea that after 500 years, one black will now move and other people will come inside. Number one, the person who is talking is a retard. And is a thief. Is how thieves talk. You have no concept of ownership. This thing belongs to me. And everybody has to have that concept. It doesn't mean you are stingy. You can share. Nobody can teach your people how to share in this country. Nobody. No ethnicity in this country can teach your people how to share. There's none. I'm saying it again. There is no ethnicity in this country called Nigeria that can teach your people how to share, how to be hospitable. Nobody. Having said that, a giver can also understand be God. The God of Abraham, possessor of heaven and earth. The concept of possessing is even right there.
After the family, Jesus move around. You just weak. Just move around. They are still there. How the Canaanites live? When the Canaanites live, what was the whole thing about? It was land. That was not 500 years ago, brothers and sisters. That was not even 1,000 years ago. It's not even 2,000 years ago. When did Moses live? He lived around 1,650 BC. Right? The promise to Abraham was even older than that. And we're not doing Bible. Can you just take a listen to this? The point is, that land, after all this, someone says they have an issue with audio. Really? Is it better now?
Is it better? Thank you very much, Adalto and Shona Bankwa, SHC, everybody for bringing that up. Is it good now? Thank you. Thank you very much for alerting me. I was saying, Ile Towani, the land that started the old Wala, right? It's not even 1,000 years ago. Jesus Christ lived around 2,000 years. It's not even up to 2,000, just about 2,000 years. They've been fighting of that land more than 2,000 years before Jesus was born. Oh. The promised, you sit down and you actually study Deuteronomy and you understand how people were dispossessed. It was war. Nobody just said because you're selection, Darwinism, natural selection, the weak will just go. It's not, the weak doesn't just die. They kill each other, they fight. And that was not 500 years ago, 1,000 years ago, 2,000 years ago, 3,000 years ago. It's been going on for thousands of years, and it's still going on today in a different form, but it's still happening. They're still fighting over land. What happened in 1967 during the war, the Yom Kippur War? Why did Israel not give back the land they took away from all those countries that gathered against them? You have to be very naive to assume that these things don't mean anything because you're going to be alive for only 80 years. Again, if you're thinking about you're going to be alive for 50 to 80 years, it means you are dumb. You can't even think beyond yourself. I have children. Are you saying you can't even think of your kids or your grandchildren? You don't have anything called legacy in your head. It's just about what you will eat and die. In just 80 years, they just get somebody else to take it. What kind of rubbish is this? Again, vagabonds and nomads should not determine the policies of host communities. If we are good, let me ask, do you agree with me that vagabonds, and this you have to be a vagabond to think like this. In other words, you have no place to call your own. So vagabonds and nomads, just let me know if you agree or you disagree in the comment section before we go on. Vagabonds and nomads should not determine the political policy or destiny of a particular place where the host communities is still alive. Do you agree with me?
What's a bunch of retards? Whoever tell you we're going to just 50 years, 70 years,
you know, how long are you going to live on earth? How long do you plan to live on earth? It's not even about you. How long do you plan? How long do you, or do I still be mentioned? Do you know when he left this earth? That's what happens when you have no heroes in your history, because there's nobody you look beyond after 20, 30 years. It don't finish with that. It don't finish. Fella is good. Where were we? The point is, if you have a sense of history and you have heroes, when we mention Oromio, when we mention Ogun, when we mention Odudua, Oshun, Oya, Shango, you have to say, wait, when did these people leave? And beautifully, these things are documented. If you want the books, please ask me, I will tell you. You can find, so Shango lived in this century. This is what they did at the time. And then you are still talking about that Shango till today. And if you're going to become a king in Oyo, they will tell you that you are ascending the throne of Shango, even though Shango has been gone for hundreds of years. A clown who has never built anything in his history and who has no hero in their history is telling you that after 200 years or after 80 years, nothing really matters. That's because you built nothing that endured. It's a shame. They have to share country with low lives. And what makes you a low life is not even about money or so. It's just how do you think like this? And thank you very much, Omo George on TikTok. It says every man is holding land in trust for a generation unborn. Absolutely, I'm going to clap for you. If you're a Yoruba man, whatever land you got, it's not for you. It's for your children. This land is for our children. Nobody. And that's the funny thing. These are clowns. Let's leave that matter. Let's continue.
Hey, you are just illiterate. You know nothing. Go and study. Go and learn. Are you aware that when General Cortes arrived in the Americas from Spain when the Spanish discovered Americas, are you aware that they annihilated the Aztecs, what you call the Red Indians, the natives of the old Mayan Empire? They all died, or mostly died, because a lesser civilization met with a greater civilization, and the lesser will give way. That is natural selection. I can't apologize for that. The Igbo man goes to anywhere, he thrives. If Nigeria has given an Igbo man the level playing field, the Igbo man naturally will dominate the country. It is not the Igbo man's. Are you aware that we've never had a meeting in Igbo land to say, okay, it is our nature. We go out, we branch out, we spread civilization, we spread the good news of capitalism, we spread entrepreneurship all over the world. Just imagine, had there been Igbos decide to, okay, let's start coordinating this movement, let's start coordinating this migration. I'm telling you, you will not see any space in Nigeria to take over. We're not trying to dominate you. No one is trying to dominate you. We're just trying to live our lives. We want to spread our innovation. My brother is in Maiduguri right now.
Last week, I shared the Confucian model, the hierarchy in Confucian philosophy when it comes to how society is structured. He said they want to spread innovation. Igbos are not known to be innovative. We have to tell ourselves the truth. You are traders. In the Confucius hierarchy, at the top you have the scholars who are also the officials of state, or the state officials, right? Educated ones, intellectuals, they're the one at the top. Next to them are the farmers. They're the ones who feed the populace. They feed everybody, right? They provide the food that all of us eat. Next to them, you have the skilled artisans. Those are the innovators. They are your Elon Musks. They They are your Facebook. That's why you have Jack Ma. They are the ones who innovate. They come up. They are the inventors. But they have to eat, and the food comes from number 2. But number 2 will be affected by the policy of number 1. At the bottom of that ladder is the merchant or trader. Now, every single person on the ladder is important. Every rung is important, right? But traders are looked upon with contempt in Chinese society because they are seen as profiteers and that they have no moral compass. It's just about profit, right? And they had nothing to the society. They just want to sell and trade and make money, and that's it. Now, is it possible to move from one level to another? Yes. I mean, Dangote was a trader. Now he's gone beyond trading, right? He's innovating, right? And in some instances, there was a time when he even branched into farming. And I'm not using Yoruba philosophy for a particular reason. I don't want to make it look like as if Yoruba philosophy is higher than. It's actually higher. But I won't tell you what it is higher than. I'm just saying, let's go to China. China went to China. Here's the point. How do you, as a person whose livelihood depends on the magnanimity or the need of the people that you're trading, you're selling to, how do you tell them that somehow you have something they don't have when they can literally bypass you and go to the person who actually created that thing? You are not the innovator, you're not the inventor, you didn't produce anything. You are selling, you're trading, you're a middleman, that's all. And that's why you hear people talk about one port. You don't talk about port for exporting, you talk about port for importing. You hurt the economy more than you actually help. If you wanted to do it, was there a time where Igbos had a meeting? Of course, yes. 1944, there was a meeting. I have reports from 1964 where they refer to the 1944 meeting, and what they talked about was exactly the same thing: Igbo domination. Is there? A book is coming. I'm going to put it there. Some people have been asking me how. There's some things that are very explosive. You have to find a way to just say it gently. People don't know their history. If people really know what happened in the past, and other people know what happened in the past, and use it to act against you, you will not have a space apart from your southeast, which is not entirely Igbo land. You just be at home. You are living based on the magnanimity of your host. People have to understand. All this thing about Nigeria's Kiniko umbrella, they will remove the spikes. Then you understand the fact that without the country breaking their borders, their lines, their boundaries, and only a fool will not be able to observe these lines. And they don't have to be visible. If you have sense, they don't have to mark it on the ground. You can see it in culture, you can see it in language, you can see it in expression, in world views. We are not the same people. Because if a Yoruba person speaks like this, the way I'm going to talk to that person, if a Yoruba person speaks like this, that means that there is a bastard. It wasn't properly raised. It was raised among dogs. It was raised somewhere like Tarzan is even higher than the person. Even if animals raise you, you should be thinking like this if you're a Yoruba person. So you see the difference. But in some other cultures, it's supposed to be like a very... Can we see this to the rest of this nonsense? To honor those who sent me the clips, let's finish it.
People are running from Meduguri, man. Cousin brother is in Meduguri right now, doing his business, driving. You will not believe he's an Igbo man. No one is coming to dominate anybody. Now, the Igbos feel, okay, we don't feel this man is a good candidate in Lagos. You say, no, he's a Yoruba man. Are you not seeing the results right now? Was Jimmy Agbacha the better candidate to Sanwo-Olu the first time? Is Lagos well wrong? So why are you guys hiding with tribe? It doesn't work. It doesn't help you. Okay, look at the trajectory of who Igbos have voted since 1999. Obasanjo, good, better, best candidate. Yara, best candidates. Good luck, best candidates. But once you were able to now create a system where you can get the president without an Igbo inclusion, or with quite Igbo votes, you started giving us rubbish candidates. Look at Buhari, look at Tinubu. Failures. Because the Igbos know better. Are you aware that globally, even in the
UK, the Igbos know better, and Igbo land is like that? Guys, please visit. Okay, I can't say you should visit again. Don't go yet. Maybe if you, do your findings if you can, if it's safe. I've been to Iboland. Everywhere is good. There are some good sides. There's something good in every part of the country. So clearly, but these people that know how to run Lagos and how to run the entire country, if you go to their states, and this is a region that's the size of your state, so you would expect that it will develop very fast because it's not even big. Abi, it will not be difficult to just build roads and connect. Interregional connection should be very easy because it's literally the size of your state. Go there now. You see people that are saying that they know more politics and governance than Lagosians. But in their state, they are celebrating Omi, roundabout. How can you be celebrating roundabout in 2025, 2026, 2024? Street lights. I've played the videos here before. Celebrating street lights, fountain, roundabout. In 20, and you know how they should run Lagos. Egbere, you don't know nothing. Just know. People should be. Oh God, these clowns are clowns, and clown is like the mildest word I can come up with because you know better than the people of the land. But your knowledge, this is better knowledge you have, has not actually helped your region.
Neil deGrasse said that the Igbos have the highest IQ. So nobody's trying to make you feel less. But if you want to develop, you follow who knows.
Igbos have the highest IQ. Who did it? If you want to develop, and I hate the way they say that develop, it doesn't make sense to me. If you want to develop, follow who know road. Your region is not developed. There's nothing, literally nothing that you're doing that people can actually say, ha, they've done this in this particular region that's become Dubai. So let's also go and do the same thing. What this boy is doing is exactly what Azikiwe did in 38. By hyping them. By 1949, he was bold enough to state in Abba that the God of Africa, I'm quoting him verbatim, the God of Africa has specially created the Igbo nation, the Igbo people, to lead the children of Africa from the bondage of the ages. God of Africa specially created Igbos. Meanwhile, he's saying that all of us are the same thing. We don't have any ethnicity amongst us, but God of Africa specially created his own people to lead the rest of us. It's the same mindset. If you want to develop, follow who know road. You don't even, anybody that follows you, Kotoni, because it's like a blind leading the blind. You all fall into that ditch. This is what we have to live with in this country. At this point, maybe they have to write letter to all the representatives. They should put for that referendum. They have to go and build that El Dorado. That place that is better than the zoo. They've got to build it. Their fathers were begging in 1968 to be Biafrans and Nigerians, to have dual citizenship. Because they can't have an Igbo nation that will thrive. It's a fact. Based on the way the mindset has worked since the 1930s till today, is it possible to build an Igbo nation that will thrive? Yes, but based on the mindset they have right now, no. You have to have something the Bible calls renewal of the mind. It's a daughter. Being far away from home, you are telling the owners how things should be because you say you are one Nigeria. What if the owners get angry with you? Do you not think? Are you daft? Rhetorical questions, by the way. The answers are obvious.
You follow who is smarter. You look at those who know. If the people who were given only 20 pounds could amass such wealth, could be able to make a statement right now in Nigeria, you think we're destructible? We are not destructible, and we are not coming for you. We are just trying to live our lives. And if you allow the Igbos to actually do what they can, contribute to your community, give Igbos a level playing field, give Igbos equal access to Nigeria's resources, equal access to Nigeria's political power, equal access to Nigeria's economic power. Of course, Igbos will be the richest people in Nigeria. But there's an institutional framework that is trying to subject the Igbos because they feel that Igbos are dominating. We are not dominating anybody. I am an Igbo man. I have never been in any meeting where they told me, go to Lagos. Okay, go to Lagos and dominate Lagos. No one told me. I've never heard it that there's a coordinated plan for any Igbo man to dominate anywhere. It is just the nature of our nature. Okay, let me continue the tweets. Okay. So the tweet says, we are all migrants on a journey, right?
We're going to go on to the other part of the tweet, but I want to read a comment on YouTube. It's a very fantastic comment. Mr. Dekunle Rotimi on YouTube says, Mr. Busui, I have read Mein Kampf several times, and what I'm hearing from this guy is truly terrifying. I suspect he and his ilk have a terrible Hitlerite agenda against Yoruba. I am very scared. Don't be scared. By the way, in case you don't know what Mein Kampf is actually Hitler's autobiography. I have it. I read it years ago. Some people have even said don't read that book because of whatever, but here's the point. You have like a manifesto of Hitler's plan, you know, and that's why I said that for the most part, what you are hearing is Nazi ideology. And there are two main thrusts of the ideology. Excuse me. There are two main thrusts of the ideology. There's Ehrenfolk and there's Lebensraum. Ehrenfolk is when you confer yourself, and I'm explaining, you know, loosely. When you confer yourself like superiority, you are the master race. You are the Aryan race. Have you heard it in this guy's speech? They are better than everybody. They are stronger. They are smart. You've heard it? The smartest of us, the strongest. He has used words like that over and over and over again. Excuse me. So he has used that word in one way or another several times in the course of this clip. They're the strongest. They're the smartest. It's Ehrenfolk. It's ethnic superiority. It's the Aryan race mentality. Is what Azikiwe called the God of Africa specially making Igbo people. He said it in 1949. It was in June. It was on a Saturday. They had a congress in Aba, and then he told them that God of Africa is special. I can't, maybe their God of Africa is not the same God, shall. There has to be one God inside one lungu, hiding in one Guinea. The one that is specially made for people to be better than every other person, to lead the rest of the continent. That's Ehrenfolk. You've heard it several times here. There's another part that you've also heard. It's called Lebensraum. Lebensraum loosely is interpreted or means living spaces. The desire for expansion, expansionism. When you hear things like, why are you shouting about your land? Your fathers also moved to this place 1,000 years ago. They can't even think of 1,000 years, don't have capacity. Just moved there like 50, 100 years ago. We also can do the same thing. It's expansionism. And someone wrote in the comment section on TikTok, Roving Black, it says the paradox is always constant. The superior are also the victim. And let me tell you who laid the groundwork. And if you want to understand what I'm about to say, please read. There's a book that was published in 1961, the collection of Azikiwe speeches. If you read, I think you can find this online, although they've edited it, by the way. They edited that part where it said God of Africa especially made them, to say that God of Africa had made them to be victims. But here's the thing. In that speech, he said God of Africa especially made them to lead the rest of us. He also said they have become the victims of everybody. What Zig did, which was a brilliant work, and that's why Papa called him Nigeria's first consummate propagandist. That's how Papa described him in his autobiography. Awo, Chief Obafemi Awolowo, the autobiography. He called him the first consummate propagandist, and he used it well in some instances. When it comes to election, at least, especially in the 30s, when, of course, you had the colonial government to deal with within the NYM before everything went all right because of Zik himself. Anyway, sorry for another day. The point is what I consider to be perhaps his most enduring legacy is the ability to own not just two disparate thoughts, but two contradictory thoughts and merge them into one to form an identity. It's a brilliant work. You are better than everybody else on one hand, but you are the victim of everybody else on the other hand. That's a brilliant. You cannot merge those things together unless you actually know what you're doing. He knew what he was doing. That is a legacy. It was so strong by 1947, January 1947, the Governor General of Nigeria was like, these guys are always complaining about everything, even though they contributed the least in the country. He said it, January 1947, Sir Arthur Richards. I read it here before. I'm not going to go back to the book again. At least not for today. It was a meeting, where they were, the heads of government at the meeting, and they were talking about, he was talking about the Eastern region particularly. They clamored for more and more of everything, even though they contributed the least. If you read John Macpherson's speech in 1955 at Chatham House in London, he mentioned the same thing, and the word he used, I've read it here before as well. You can find the video on our YouTube channel. The word he used was exactly what I said earlier, Lebensraum. The Igbos want a Lebensraum. He wrote it down, 1955. If you are ignorant in this country, you are done for, because you just submit your life to people who don't care about you. And when you hear it doesn't really matter 30 or 40 years ago, just give us the line that we can all live together happily. Once he takes it, he's not doing 30, 40, 50 years old. He's looking for more. That's when you know that Oliver Twist was actually a good person. So I'm just trying to say that what you said is very true, and that's the legacy that he gave. And where you will find it, 1949 speech at Aba, he mixed it together. Guess what? Read Ojukwu speeches as well. You find the same thing there. They are the best. They are the best of the lot, but the lot is treating them. If you are better than everybody, how come everybody is treating you badly? How come your superiority has not helped you to create anything? There's dissonance, cognitive dissonance, but who cares? As long as it works. But it's not going to work again, no. Because if you're better than everybody, why are you telling us that you're also the victim of everybody? So imagine a person like this have a foothold in your state. And all this, we are loving people, though. Even with as I'm talking right now, I don't hate anybody. I think everybody should thrive. In fact, I say it often, people should live in Yoruba land. It doesn't matter. You will thrive in Jesus' name. I pray for you. And that, number one, shows that, you have been blessed in that land. Number two, it's also proof positive that this land is blessed. So be blessed in the land, right? So wherever you are, regardless of your ethnicity, may you be blessed in Yoruba land. But the boundaries. Akoko says, I've been to so many IT seminars in Lagos. The people who call the show are Yoruba people, but you're not loud. That's it. That's it. A person who just started training will be telling you that he's not the one that owns the entire institution. You think that IBM in Yajuni, that's a bunch of, empty kidney. We're almost done. I'll bring people up shortly. Let's just listen to the last bit of it, and then we can, bring folks up. Take a listen to this.
It means your capacity to understand is very low, very, very low. It happened today, to happen. It means your capacity to understand is very low, very, very low. It happened today, to happen tomorrow. It's continuous. So if you all related. So every black man is so related that I don't understand people. You are just very, very funny because you don't know. Because you don't know. Natural selection will always happen.
Kinfolk. We are black doesn't mean we are related. As a matter of fact, if we're using this natural, all of us are related. I'm also related to the Englishman because everybody was from Africa. Everybody's from Africa, they're not. Everybody's from Africa. Is that not out of Africa theory? That's the point. That's the point. That's the whole point of the idea, right? So I'm also related to somebody from Singapore because they all came out of Africa. See how ridiculous that sounds. Just because I share pigmentation with you doesn't mean that we're family. I don't even know you. And that's the funny thing. And I've said it several times. We're going to have another session to discuss it. This whole idea that because we are all black, we are the same is nonsense. And there's only one continent in the world when they think like that is Africa. And the idea did not come from Africa, it came from America. It's amazing. This whole thing of black rise, black power, black, I did a project the other day on black consciousness. Black consciousness was South Africa, black studies was, and it was because of apartheid in South Africa. Black studies was from America with W.B. Du Bois, and that one had to do with American issue. And they now have the Pan-African thing from Marcus Garvey, and it was from Caribbean. None of this skinny has anything to do with the free people who were living in their own land and had no colonial issue. That's one. Number two, the idea that you are one because you are black is preposterous, because never were you one before, even before the colonial government happened, the colonial takeover happened on the continent. We are not one. And I'll tell you why. Because if you're really one, you will not be talking like this. My family members are not this stupid. There's a way you talk. You are saying things like you own everywhere, you say you are the same. That sameness is not unity. It's uniformity. And uniformity thrives on erasure. Once you erase what people have as their own uniqueness, you can now have a tabula rasa. And then you can get to design whatever you want to do. So you essentially recreate that society in your own image. The Fulani did that in the north, particularly in Hausa land. It's a brilliant master stroke. We have to be very dull to assume that this actually has anything to do with unity. There's no unity in this thing. Unity has nothing to do with you. They don't want unity. They just want to be able to take advantage of things. We are not related. We are not connected. If you say we were connected thousands of years ago, so was I with the British, with the Englishman, with the Germans. I was also connected with the Druids, with the Celts. We are from Africa. Let's listen to the rest of it. And I'm saying Koshidan because if you don't understand what that means in Yoruba language, please ask your friend. This is Oshi. Just say this is Oshi. No, not Oshi, it's Oshi, Dodo. What does Dodo Oshi means? They'll tell you, because this is nonsense. But Oshi is deeper than nonsense. You get the point?
It will happen today, it will happen tomorrow. It's continuous. So if you feel sad about it, it means your capacity to understand is very low. Very, very low. So if visitors thrive better in your land, then you're better off elsewhere or nowhere. So that's where a lot of you get it wrong. That is the truth. Let's take Europe, for example. Belgium, Spain, Italy, all those countries are, Switzerland, accepting black immigrants. Are you aware that in 100, 200 years, Europe will turn black again? You have more black people in Europe than white people. In fact, there's a population collapse in Europe right now. Are Europeans coming out to shout? Are they shouting? Are they killing anybody? It is human nature.
Europeans are not shouting. You're not hearing about the mistake of multiculturalism of the 1960s. Just because your whole life revolves around spare parts, receipts, and invoices does not mean that people are not having deeper conversations. It is weird. Europeans are not protesting. You're not saying it in England. This is ridiculous. They are bringing black people. Do you know in 20 years they're going to wipe the owners of the land out? And they'll just be like, it doesn't really matter. We are all good people, great continent. If you were to start deporting some of your brothers, like they're doing in South Africa right now, waiting the cause and be this stupidity. Gets to a point where it boils over because they finiwa. Some things I'm saying right now I can't say in English because English is failing. English will fail you to explain some of these things. A finiwa. Your character always finds a way out. Like it's going to show up no matter how you try to conceal it. One day you will say this thing among people that will continue.
Who told you that Nigeria is meant for you? Who told you that you own Lagos? You are just an inhabitant. Your children will be fine. Take care of yourself and be fine. Nobody's coming to dominate you. Igbos are not dominating you. Igbos are not your problem. Move freely. Move around. Allow people to live their lives. Allow people to contribute. Create the enabling environment. Let the laws see everyone as equal. Fine, if someone is better than you, allow him to lead. If someone knows more than you, learn from him. If an Igbo man is better than you in Yoruba land, learn from him. You to go to Igbo land, if you are better, you will be given that opportunity to thrive. So stop all this by.
Don't go. So I should let you win in my place. Then I should also go to your place. Why not stay in your place and win in your place? Why do I have to go to your place? I should leave plenty and go for scarcity because I want to prove a point that I'm more Nigeria. How stupid is that? Like, all the arguments make no sense. You ran away from scarcity. You came to my house. I don't mind sharing with you. You're not telling me that you want to take over the place. But once you take over the place, means I should go back to where you came from. Why did you run away from that place in the first place? Are there Yoruba people in the southeast? Of course. Do you see them trying to tell them that they want to come to your Oga so that those ones also come to Yoruba land because they want to? Listen, there's no social engineering that's going to make Nigeria one in that sense. It will not happen. And there's no body born of a woman among these clowns that will do this in the north. Because somewhere in their DNA, it's been hardwired. The sufferings of 1966, 67, 68, 69, up to 1970, it's encoded. It's deeply hardwired into their DNA. They will not try it. I pray we don't have that kind of thing again in our space. Because, and I played a video the other day, this nonsense this clown is doing. You know, this is what happened in Lagos with the OPC boys and Ijaw people. Maybe tomorrow I'll talk about it because I want to be doing daily stuff now. Or we have to close very soon. We'll talk about it. The old Wala was in Ishekiri land. It was in Warri. That was where the Wala was. The people that died were in Lagos. The cosmopolitan Lagos. That same place. The people that died, they were there. Ajegunle, Mokpa. Let's live together. Zakush. Let us just live together in happiness. But this thing you are doing, the end of it is destruction. Who knows that scripture? It's in the book of Proverbs. Who knows it in English language? If you know, please write in the comment section. Let's continue. We're almost done.
You guys need to do better. I don't blame you anyway. I blame the Nigerian education system. You guys know nothing. Most of you are illiterate. Most of you have no idea. Talking of Nazism, talking of Darwinism. Of course, what is wrong with Darwinism? That is the truth. Life is about survival of the fittest. We're not calling for war. We don't want war. But when it comes to war, the Igbos are not scared of war. We've done it before. And I think if it happens again, we will do better. We don't want it. So you guys should stop it. You got a lot to learn. And you guys need to learn. Study.
How do you learn from a retard? Jesus is Lord. How do you learn from an absolute retard? This clown is saying that if there's war, they're not afraid and they'll do better. The one you fought, what happened? You will do worse. And I'll tell you why. You have learned nothing from the mistakes of the past. And I feel sorry for people who are calling for war in the southeast. You will suffer. It will be worse than what happened in that other world, where they were begging enemies to feed them. You are fighting a war and you are asking your enemies to feed you. You are saying that if there's war, you are not running away. You have never sat down to ask yourself, what did my fathers do wrong? What did they do right? Have it, what we call in tech, we call it retrospective. You never had retrospective about your life, about your culture. You want to have another war? I'd have said good luck, but you will not need it.
Study population history, study demographics, study anthropology, study the history of the human genome, and you understand that you're just a vessel of the human genome. You're not a tribe, you're not a country, you're a person carrying the essence of humanity. Carry it.
If you come from a place where the highest form of political structure is a clan, you will not see any reason for an ethnic identity. You think it's about personhood, it's about an individual. Life revolves around the person, because your people never evolved to the point of creating superstructures or creating advanced structures or civilization. You've never done it. Therefore, you assume that the level of consciousness should just be personal and individual. You don't think about legacy. You don't think about building. You never build cities or empires. No towns. The highest form was clan. And when it came to building spaces, the highest was a village. Somebody says, who is this guy spouting gibberish? This guy's been saying this thing for a long time. I've been seeing it. People have been dragging him. He now decided to do video. They now tagged me. And we have been on this. Just understand the fact that this is not an individual thought. It's a cultural outlook. It's an ethnic worldview. And I know it because I have seen, I promise you, you don't have to even take my word for it. Study the books I always make. All the books when I mention books, just write it down and write down the title and try and read those books. Every single thing he's saying is not new. And I may not have everything from 100 years ago, because where were they 100 years ago? But I can tell you that from at least the 1930s, documented evidences of same rhetoric, same mindset. It's a cultural out, it's a worldview. If a Yoruba person, by the way, this is not about them. It's particularly it's about you, Yoruba people. All this one of we are all one in Nigeria. You are go. Love everybody. Respect everyone. Wish everybody well. No madness to anybody. Just love everyone, right? But understand self-preservation. Don't be daft. By the way, we are starting to summit in September. Want to go on campuses and go to universities and go to cities across Yoruba land, and then we'll pivot later. We'll start in September. Every month we'll go from one place to another. All right. If you want to be part of it, please go to Redomi Global now, or at least get the address. Go to Redomi Global. You'll find links. There are different categories how you can be involved. You can be a volunteer at the events. You can be a donor, right, or a giver or partner. You can also be a host. So volunteers are people who can help, maybe with media, with ushering, with event planning, all those kind of skills. Givers are those who give. This time, money to be able to make it happen. So you want to donate, you want to support what we're doing, please, that's you. And then if you want to host, so you have a space or you have an association, you're in a city, in a university, it could be in Nigeria, it could be outside Nigeria. If you're in Nigeria, it has to be Yoruba land. If you're outside Nigeria, then it could be anywhere, particularly where Yoruba people are gathering. So it's very focused, because the name of the event itself is called Two Summit. TOO, two meaning, oh dear, I promise we're going to have a portraiture tomorrow. Let me write it down. I want you to see what it looks like so you have an idea. Two means tribes of Oduduwa. It means Yoruba people. So it's a Yoruba-centric conversation or series of conversations, but it's open to all. But we're not going to be coy about, putting Yoruba interest first. Although, of course, we are Afenifere. It's in our DNA.
We're going to be very, very conscious about where we are in history, what our fathers have done, where we are, and where we want to go. Right? So please check out Telegram. You see forms there. You can just click on any of the links. We're not done. Just have to announce very quickly. Click on any of the forms, and you can pick any category. There's a fourth category, and that has to do with sponsorship. But that's not the form. There's a There's a sponsorship package to that effect. So if you're interested, maybe you. Sorry about the audio. So if you're interested, maybe you as an individual, or you have a company, or you know someone that can support, please reach out to me on Telegram at Gosui or you can send me a message even on TikTok or Facebook or wherever, and I'll reach out to you, send you the package. But please try and get to Resignations. I'll be talking about this almost every day because we want to think about it now. Do you know how many Yoruba kids are in the university? We say kids, I use the word kids because
they're young. Who are in, undergraduates. Before you know it, 4, 5, 6, 7 years, they are the ones working with individuals like this who will now be telling them, who have spent all these years socially engineering them towards self-destruction. We have to break that.
We have to stop.
Let's finish this thing and then we can bring a few people up. Oh dear.
It means your capacity to understand is very low, very, very low. It happened today, it will happen tomorrow.
All right, so here's what we're going to do. Because it's already almost 9, we're going to bring people up, be very quick about it, and then we'll call it a day. I have to run. It's almost 9. I didn't know I was going to stay this long. I have literally 15 minutes, so I don't know how we're going to do this. So if you're going to speak, it has to be very brief. Please, everyone, please. It has to be very brief. And as soon as you get up, please mute so that we don't have interference, and then I will just call on you to make your submission. Okay, it's good. Please mute so that I won't have feedback. Let's start with my battlefield. Good evening, my battlefield. I doubt that. I doubt more insane ainda. No, I saw a doubter just now. I've not heard him in a long time. Don't worry, I will look for him. Please, let's start with my battlefield. Good evening, my battlefield. Ekale. Okay, maybe he's not available. Let's go to Mimi Joseph. Good evening, Madam Mimi.
Good evening, sir. I want to tell any Yoruba person to rubbish to any so throw it in the garbage, but take it serious. The first thing is, one, any history of institution building, even globally, as far as business is concerned. When you mention Elon Musk and you mention Zuckerberg, the tiers that Yorubas are in, Tawon Ogunlesi, àwọn Ogunlesi àti Tọ́pẹ́ Awótọ́nà wà in, kò sí ìbò kankan ní America, and America has the most millionaires. They don't have any billionaire. They don't have any Forbes certified anybody that has built a recognized business on Wall Street or London Financial Times. Kò sí kankan nù wọn. When you take out Tọ́pẹ́ Awótọ́nà, the billionaire from Nigeria, Bayo Ogunlesi, you now go to Esusu founders. I want to die, boy to die Esusu le, Wemimo Abe, the MD of Red Lobster, 133-year-old boy, Yoruba boy. One history. So when he talks about diaspora and all that, he sounds intelligent, but he's empty. Very, very, very empty, like their principal. So I want any young Yoruba person to take it to heart that irony, one man like Oma brag. That is the bottom line. And empty barrels make the most noise. Secondly, we go business you want so, and I'm going to wrap up with this. Igbos are not good business people. They operate where there's illegality with a disdain for regulation, and they've spread all over Africa. I want to Bauruk or Nigeria. The best thing we can do as Yoruba people in the Southwest is seriously regulate spare parts production, regulate pharmaceuticals, Dangote alone fetch a petrochemical, which is the basis of pharmaceuticals. If Dangote can do petrochemicals, they will institute regulations in the Southwest. Nobody can sell anything Nibe to certify locally. They should start doing that. You see them fizzle out. they'll fizzle out. And I always say this, woman paropa oni business àwọn làwọn ṣe kò. The entire Alaba tí wọ́n ní kò tó Walmart márùn. If you've ever been inside Walmart superstore or Costco superstore, Costco store, gbogbo nǹkan tán ní bẹ̀yẹn àti gbogbo aisles tán kójọ àti ìgbésíwò sì tán kójọ kò tó Walmart márùn. So it's very easy for them to be dismantled, but ẹnu wọn ló máa kó bá wọn. Ọlọ́run ò ní jẹ́ kẹ́nu kó bá wa in Jesus' name. Ó dàbọ̀.
Ẹ ṣeun. One second, sir. 1 second, please. Ejo, CEO coded. Ejo, please continue.
Sorry, I have a small challenge. I don't understand the logic when you say your country is bad and then you escape economy and then you go to other people's country and yet you don't behave yourself. You now go there to constitute nuisance. So that automatically tells me that it is you that is bad, not the country. Because if you are not good in your own space and then you go to other people's space and you can constitute nuisance in their space, and then you now say you're not giving the excuse that okay, because Nigeria is bad, that's where you are, and that's why you have that kind of situation. Then secondly, the noise, I mean, I think I've said it here before, this noise about these people saying, I want to write Ekoton, I want to write Eko. Because I operate in that space and I know, I mean, I have some sort of statistics as to who is buying what. And like I said before, what they do is that they rent a space in your common rent in your be major and that's what they do all over Lagos. Then second, tell you also, I was going to talk because I tell people that look, every problem in Nigeria is an opportunity for somebody to be a billionaire or a millionaire. Take power, for instance. I sell electricity on a small scale and on a large scale. Okay, started with street lights and then we scaled that up. So the law now allows you to generate up to about 1 meg without being licensed. So 2, 3, 4 people can come together and do that. Same thing with security. We do a system whereby we install some sort of cameras around, and then if you want footage for that, you go online, put your credit card details there, and you can download the footage. So this is also an opportunity. And then opportunities like that exist all around Nigeria. Just also sit down, instead of delving or going to criminality, look at opportunities that where you can thrive and make money for yourself and also help in developing and sustaining your community. Thank you. That's my submission. Bye.
God bless you for making this thing brief, but very succinct and very powerful, right? The things you're saying, they really resonate. Madam as well. So thank you very much, CEO Coded, for that submission. There's nothing to add, just brilliant. Thank you, sir. Let's have my battlefield. Ekale. My battlefield, are you there? Hello? Okay, it's probably busy. Let's go to Edelto. Edelto, ẹ̀kọ́ ọjọ́ mẹ́ta ṣe wà. A rí yín, a tún ti rí yín báyìí, a dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ Ọlọ́run.
Ẹ wá bínú jàre.
Sir. Good to see you, sir.
Thank you so much for a brilliant program today. One thing first, Nigerian government want Nigerians need duty láti take care wọn ní ilé àti lóko. Particularly bí ìjọba Nigeria bá ṣe treat àwọn ọmọ ìlú ẹ̀, bẹ́ẹ̀ ni àwọn ará àta ṣe máa rí àwọn ọmọ ìlú yẹn. Àwọn àgbàlagbà sọ pé bí onígbé bá ṣe pé gbá ẹ̀, bẹ́ẹ̀ ni àwọn èèyàn ṣe máa bá pè. Tó bá pè gbá ẹ̀ ní àkúfọ́, àwọn èèyàn àwọn á fi gbá ẹ̀, wọ́n á fi gbálẹ̀, wọ́n á fi kólẹ̀, wọ́n á fi kó dọ̀tí. So ìyẹn dandan ni fún ìjọba àpapọ̀ orílẹ̀-èdè Nàìjíríà láti tọ́jú àwọn ọmọ ìlú wọn. But tí wọ́n bá sọ pé evacuation generally evacuation ní gbogbo àwọn senior climes tá a máa ń sọ yẹn, evacuation kò ń ṣe free o. Àwọn èèyàn rò pé tí kìíní kan bá ṣe ọmọ Amẹ́ríkà báyìí, tọ́mọ Amẹ́ríkà bá ti dé báyìí, wọ́n á kọ́ gbé ọmọ Amẹ́ríkà yẹn, wọ́n á kọ́ máa gbé lọ. Kò kí ń ṣe free o. Amẹ́ríkà gangan tó jẹ́ pé òun ni grandfather gbogbo wa tí gbogbo wa fẹ́ jọ. Àwọn ọmọ ìlú Amẹ́ríkà tí Amẹ́ríkà bá lọ evacuate wọ́n máa sanwó ni. Abẹ́lẹ̀ ń ta sí gbogbo àwọn ìrankíran ẹ̀yàkẹ́yà tí wọ́n ń pe Nàìjíríà ní zoo. nírú situation yìí èmi tiẹ̀ kọ́kọ́ rò pé torí bẹ́ẹ̀ ni màá ti kọ́kọ́ bẹ̀rẹ̀ èmi tiẹ̀ kọ́kọ́ rò pé nígbà tí kíní yẹn ṣẹlẹ̀ àwọn ẹ̀yàkẹyà ìrankíran ọmọ ẹranko ọmọ ọ̀bọ yìí mo rò pé wọ́n máa pe Nnamdi Kanu ni àbí kí wọ́n pe Samuel Ekpa lẹ́wọ̀n Finland tó wà kó wá kó wọn ìyẹn bẹ́ẹ̀. Ìkejì ní first evacuation tó ń ṣe àwọn ọkùnrin òyìnbó àbí kí ló ń jẹ yẹn ó wá rìn nínú plane ó ń ṣèkà àwọn pípù yẹn wọ́n wá ń dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ ẹ̀ bí ẹni pé ìyàmà yẹn ló gbé plane yẹn lẹ̀ Nigerian government ló sanwó plane yẹn o.
ẹ má má lórúkọ ẹ.
kí lẹ porúkọ ẹ. ìyàmà lèmi ń gbọ́ so ṣẹ́mọ̀ bí ẹni pé ìyàmà yẹn ló gbé plane yẹn lẹ̀ ìyàmà yẹn kọ́ ló gbé plane yẹn lẹ̀ o. Nigerian government ló sanwó plane yẹn. Nigerian government ló fọ́n nígbà tó tún wá délé news kan wà lára àwọn news yẹn tí mo gbọ́ tí mi ò dẹ̀ ní fẹ́ kó dàbí ẹni pé nǹkan táwọn èèyàn ń sọ ló ṣẹlẹ̀ torí ìjọba ìpínlẹ̀ Èkó ò anybody ní duty láti fún anybody 100,000 because 100,000 tẹ́ fún àwọn èèyàn yẹn ó tó láti ṣe nǹkan míì kódà kókò ra paracetamol nìkan sí health center ẹyọ kan péré lẹ́kọ̀ọ́ ìjọba ìpínlẹ̀ Èkó gbọ́dọ̀ máa waste owó àbí kọ́ máa ṣòwò ní kọ́ máa náwó ní kọ́ máa ṣe owó kúmọkúmọ kọ́ máa send ẹ̀ sáwọn èèyàn kan tó gbogbo ẹnikẹ́ni tó bá ti rò pé ìlú wọn ò dáa tó wá kúrò nílùú yẹn tó wá ọrọ̀ ajé lọ sílẹ̀ ẹbòmíì tó bá ní problem nílùú yẹn kò kì í ṣe pé a tún bá máa fèpè ránṣẹ́ síjọba ìlú ẹ̀ tó ní kò dáa yẹn kó wá gbéhùn rárá o. Àkọ́kọ́ ni pé migration kò kí ń ṣe migration kò ń ṣe gbogbo ìgbà ní migration máa tiẹ̀ ń ṣẹlẹ̀ nítorí economy tá bá wo àwọn ẹyẹ máa gbádùn bì kan tí sísìn kan bá dé wọn á dẹ̀ fò lọ síbòmí tó túmọ̀ sí pé migration gbà mí ó máa normal nínú ìṣẹ̀mí àwọn nǹkan pàápàá jùlọ àwọn èèyàn àwọn Americans tí wọ́n fẹ́ tó bí over 500,000 Americans ló wà lórí omi wa ló wà ní Nàìjíríà tí wọ́n ń ṣiṣẹ́ ń bẹ̀ kò túmọ̀ sí pé Nàìjíríà kò túmọ̀ sí pé Amẹ́ríkà lu wọn ò dáa àwọn British àwọn oríṣiríṣi wọn kún gbogbo ilé epo wa tó ń ṣiṣẹ́ ń bẹ̀ tó ń gba owó ń bẹ̀ kódà nígbà tó ń bá tó fẹ́ san tax ìlú wọn náà máa ń san tax yẹn sí kò túmọ̀ sí pé bóyá lu wọn ò dáa sọ àwọn èèyàn lè kúrò ní ìlú tó ń wà kán lọ migrate lọ sí ilẹ̀ ibòmíì kán lọ máa ṣiṣẹ́ ń bẹ̀ ṣùgbọ́n kò ń ṣe pé kó lọ máa fèpè ránṣẹ́ láti ìlú yẹn sí ìlú tó ní kó wá ràn ẹ́ lọ́wọ́ torí pé ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ wọn bàtọ́ ti kúrò Nàìjíríà wọ́n ti dìsó Nàìjíríà ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ wọn là ń gbọ́ lórí TikTok lára àwọn ọmọ ẹran àwọn ọmọ gi tó ń sọ̀rọ̀ yìí lára àwọn ọmọ ọ̀bọ tó ń sọ̀rọ̀ yìí ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ wọn wà lórí TikTok tó a máa pe Nàìjíríà ní zoo tá a máa ṣe gbá kan tá a máa ṣàwó kan òpònú kan máa sọ̀rọ̀ lára àwọn nǹkan tẹ́ play mo ti gbọ́ láti bí àjẹ tàbí jẹrin àbá àná náà ni tó sọ pé kí president resign me understand báwo ni ìgbésí ayé orí ibú tó fi ra ẹ sí ní South Africa ṣe ní láti mú kí president tó wà ní Nàìjíríà tó ń govern almost 240 million Nigerians kó resign torí tiẹ̀ apá kan nìyẹn nǹkan kan táwọn èèyàn wá fọkàn sí òun ní pé tí àwọn àgbàlagbà sọ fún wa pé tí ara ilé ní bá ń jẹ kòkòrò tí kò dáa èèyàn gbọ́dọ̀ bá wí tẹ́ ẹ̀ bá bá wí òun jẹ́ gbogbo yín sùn xenophobic attack tó ṣẹlẹ̀ lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ ń sẹ́ ní South Africa àkóbá yìí àwọn Ìgbò ló dálẹ̀ xenophobic attack yìí bá máa ṣẹlẹ̀ ṣe rí àtàbá ti ń bẹ́ràn wí ẹ jẹ́ ká máa bẹ́ràn náà wí when we try to chastise South Africans for misplacement of priority based on their xenophobic mindset, we should also talk to our own people who are guests in those places. How are they faring? How are they relating with the people? Apart from pé àwọn ọmọ Yorùbá ti wà ń bì kan tipẹ́tipẹ́ nǹkan àwọn ọmọ Yorùbá máa lọ sáwọn ìlú tó yẹ pé ẹ̀ tí ẹ̀ ní believe láyé pé foreign àwọn àbẹ̀ wọn ti ẹ̀ ní dún pẹ́jẹ́ wọn ti ẹ̀ ní dìbò. Ìlú kan wà tí wọ́n pè ní Cayman Island gbogbo population pé Cayman Island wọ 100,000. Ìjọ kan ni mò ń lọ níbi àní Turkey ni mo ti rí pé ọmọ Yorùbá bíi mẹ́rin wọn làwọn ń gbé ní Cayman Island. I was like ṣe normal ṣá 58,000 people ló ń gbé ní Cayman Island. Báwo lọmọ Yorùbá mẹ́rin ṣe máa tú gbèrò àwọn sọ pé àṣẹ ìmọ̀ lágbájá kan ṣe ìmọ̀ èèyàn kan ká ibẹ̀ náà wà mú ní Cayman Island. ẹ̀ẹ́dẹ̀ ní gbúrò wọn láyé kò ń ṣe nítorí pé wọn ní nǹkan tó fẹ́ sọ tàbí pé wọn ní nǹkan tó fẹ́ ṣe àbí wọn ní complaint tó fẹ́ make nípa ìlú yẹn nítorí pé bọ́n ṣe bí wa bọ́n ṣe tọ́ wa ni pé káwa ká máa ìwọ ọmọlúwàbí wa gbogbo tá a bá ń lọ ká máa gbé lọ síbẹ̀ àwọn ẹranko wọ̀nyí tá à ń bá ṣe orílẹ̀-èdè àpapọ̀ orílẹ̀-èdè pọ̀ yìí a nílò láti ṣàlàyé fún wọn pé ó ní bí àwọn èèyàn ṣe máa ń hùwà and unfortunately àwọn Igbo they have not evolved into proper human being. That's the problem because xenophobic attack tá à ń complain yìí orun ẹ̀ ló kó bá Ghana òun ló kó bá àwọn àti South Africans àtàwọn Zimbabweans wọ́n ti ní issue tí wọ́n tipẹ́tipẹ́ but àwọn Igbo wa àwọn ni wọ́n máa ń finá sí ìjọ wo ni Ghana sì lé Igbo lọ́yìn fẹ́ lé Igbo kúrò nílẹ̀ Ghana lẹ́njọ́ mẹ́ta gbogbo àwọn ọmọ Igbo tó dàbí ẹni pé orí wọn pé torí ọmọ Igbo torí ẹ̀ bá pé ó ṣèṣì ni. The exception to the rule is even the abnormality. Ọmọ Igbo tó rẹ̀ bá pé gan ṣèṣì ni ẹ rí pé gbogbo àwọn ọ̀rọ̀ táwọn ọmọ Igbo tó wà ní àwọn tó ń sọ̀rọ̀ gidi tó fẹ́ jọ̀rọ̀ ọpọlọ nínú wọn sọ ní Ghana sìn àwọn gan náà ń complain pé ẹ̀yin people yìí ẹ má kó bá wa ẹ má tún dá wàhálà sílẹ̀ sí wa lọ́rùn. Nǹkan tí kò yé àwọn èèyàn Nàìjíríà ìjọba àpapọ̀ Nàìjíríà nílò láti ṣe dáadáa gan fún àwa ọmọ Nàìjíríà. A nílò láti tún ilẹ̀ wa ṣe gan nítorí pé ilẹ̀ wa nìkan ló ní tendencies láti fi bá a ṣe dáa tó hàn àgbáyé tóun ti bẹ́ẹ̀ na kò sí ìlú kankan ní orí continent Africa tó dáa tó Nàìjíríà kò sí àwọn tó bá fẹ́ argue pẹ̀lú keyboard wọn kàn lè jókòó sínú yàrá wọn àwọn ẹni tó bá ti lọ sí gbogbo àwọn ilẹ̀ Africa á mọ̀ pé kò sí ìlú kankan ní Africa tó dáa tó Nàìjíríà kò sí. Tẹ́ bá lọ wo nǹkan mẹ́ta ló máa ń gbé àwọn èèyàn ló máa ń sábà jẹ́ káwọn èèyàn lọ sí abroad ìlú tó wó ẹ̀ bá ti tóbi jowó Nàìjíríà lọ ó máa ń jẹ́ káwọn èèyàn lọ nítorí pé iṣẹ́ tó hàn lè ṣe Nàìjíríà náà máa ṣe ń bẹ̀ so that tó máa send owó yẹn sílé owó yẹn máa tóbi ìdí tọ́pọ̀lọpọ̀ àwọn èèyàn ṣe wà ń bẹ̀ ní kò ṣe pé torí pé policy àbí nǹkan kan ṣé tax tó ń san láwọn olú yẹn ló fẹ́ sọ ni ṣé bọ́n ṣe máa ń treat àwọn èèyàn tó jẹ́ pọ́n jẹ́ foreigner lẹ́nu yẹn ló fẹ́ sọ ni nǹkan míì tó máa ń gbà àwọn èèyàn lọ ní pé jẹ́ kí n sá fáwọn èèyàn mi kán má tiẹ̀ fi wàhálà pa mí ogun ayé ń lé wọn kò dẹ̀ sógun kankan tó ń lé wọn economy ló ń bá gbogbo wa jà so àwọn máa sàwọn yìí mí lọ́jọ́ iwájú kò sí nǹkan kò sógun ayé kankan kò sọ́ta kankan tó ń bá ẹ fa anything in fact tó bá ní 1000 problem méjì péré lọ́ta ń bá ẹ fa nú ẹ ìyókù economy ni àti àìlèrórí dáadáa káwò pé kí ni nǹkan tó yẹ ká ṣe kí ló kàn Nàìjíríà ní potentials tó pọ̀ gan fún àwọn olùgbé Nàìjíríà tó bá bí Nàìjíríà ò ṣe dá tó yìí ó dájú ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ lulọ lágbàáyé so tí Nigerian government bá wá sọ pé àwọn fẹ́ kó àwọn èèyàn tí wọ́n wà stranded nílùú kan wálé lọ́fẹ̀ẹ́ tó tún wá dé tó wá ń fún wọn ní 1 million tó ń fún wọn ní 1.1 million kò ń ṣe pa nílò láti lù wọ́n lọ́gọ̀ ẹnu nìkan torí pé kíní yẹn kò kí ń ṣe necessity privilege ni pé ìjọba fún yín lówó wọn tó pọ́n ní Ghana fún wọn ní welcome pack kọ́kọ́ gbogbo àtàwọn gbé Ìbàdàn kákókò náà káà lọ sí Burkina Faso bí Nàìjíríà gbọmọ wá gbé wa padà wá kọ́ wa fún àwọn 1 million ṣé kò pè wá bẹ́ẹ̀ ni and wastage yẹn òun náà ni Nàìjíríà máa sọ pé àwọn dáríjì Boko Haram àwọn dáríjì kìíní kan wọ́n á fún wọn lówó the same time of wastage ni àwọn táwọn wá Boko Haram lájọjọ́ nǹkan àwọn táwọn wá banditry lájọjọ́ nǹkan fún wọn lówó so ẹnìkan kó Nàìjíríà ń sìn ó lọ gbẹlú kan fún 20 years ó wá dé padà ń sìn ó bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ṣépè fáwọn ọmọ ìlú tó ti gbé fún 20 years yẹn ti rí pórí ẹni yẹn ò pé unfortunately gbogbo ọ̀tá àǹsọ̀ látẹ̀ẹ̀kan yìí ó níbi kan tó yẹ kí tabá gbálẹ̀ tabá gbàtà àtàn la máa ń darí ẹ̀ sí ṣe rí àwọn ọmọ Yorùbá wa ìgbàkúgbà wa tá à ń gbà kí lè máa kó yọ wá ń bẹ̀ gbogbo àwọn ọ̀rọ̀ tí àwọn Yánmírín ọmọ ọ̀bọ yìí tí wọ́n ń sọ sí ẹ̀yà Yorùbá wọn ò lè bá àwọn jùkún lásán sọ ordinary jùkún ni wọ́n lè sọ fún wọn bẹ́ẹ̀ imagine video tẹ play yẹn ìgbà tí mo rí kíní yẹn lórí Twitter lánàá I was shocked n pé èèyàn kan dẹ̀ jókòó sínú yàrá ó dẹ̀ ṣerú fídíò báyìí fún odidi ẹ̀ ọmọlúàbí ni èèyàn lára àwọn nǹkan tó ń jẹ́ ọmọlúàbí ni kéèyàn jẹ́ alákíkanjú kò ń ṣe pé kéèyàn ya ọ̀dẹ̀ being akíkanjú is part of ọmọlúàbí and nǹkan tó ṣẹlẹ̀ ṣẹ́rí the Hausa message the Hausa Fulani message to Yánmírín Igbos Yorùbá nílò láti yá ń bẹ̀ Yorùbá nílò láti yá torí pé there must be a proper cleansing of our land ìdí nìyẹn tá a ṣe máa ń ṣòro a nílò láti kọ́kọ́ fọ ilẹ̀ wa mọ́ kí Yánmírín kọ́ kúrò lórí ilẹ̀ yẹn nítorí pé tó bá ń lọ báyìí ṣe rí ẹ̀yà ò lè parun àwọn ẹ̀yà yẹn ń ṣiṣẹ́ sí ni o àwọn ẹ̀yà yẹn ń ṣiṣẹ́ kún ni o bó tiẹ̀ jẹ́ pé yánmírín ò lọ́pọlọ tó lè pẹ̀ fún débi pé wọ́n lè replace èèyàn yánmírín ò lágbára ẹ̀ wọn ní popularity yẹn wọn tẹ̀ ní population yẹn wọn ní mental capacity and capability yẹn láti ṣe ṣùgbọ́n táwọn yánmírín bá ti àwọn yánmírín náà máa ń kọ́kọ́ lò táwọn yánmírín bá ti lò àwọn ọmọ ẹranko àwọn ọmọ ẹrú tó wà ní Benin náà àwọn náà join wọn àwọn second class ọmọ ọ̀bọ tó wà ní Akwa Ibom náà àwọn náà tún máa ń join wọn ṣùgbọ́n tá a bá ti ṣàlàyé fáwọn yánmírín pé àjòjì ò lè mọ lẹ́jọ́ nílé lọ ní ọjọ́ tá a bá ti ṣe tí ilẹ̀ Yorùbá bá ti ṣe báyìí ọmọ Amẹ́ríkà kan lọ Koreans bọ̀bọ̀ yẹn American government ló bá bẹ̀bẹ̀ tí wọ́n fi reduce ẹ̀wọ̀n ẹ̀ báyìí bóyá 21 years ló máa serve nílùú yẹn báyìí n kò kọ̀ bu wọn lásán ó kọ̀ bu wọn dèpòdépò pé kó wá máa rò pé o fẹ́ replace wa so gbogbo irú àwọn ọ̀rọ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ ó yẹ káwọn ọmọ Yorùbá kí wọ́n tàn kálẹ̀ kán lè jẹ́ kán lè mọrú àwọn èèyàn tó ń gbà lálejò because tíjọ́ tí Yorùbá bá máa ti ṣaṣara bá gbó tá máa lálejò lọ kó má dàbẹ́ ni pé bóyá àṣejù la ṣe finally àwọn ọmọ Yorùbá tí orí wọn ti gbálẹ̀ tí wọ́n máa ń pè ní Yorùbá bot àwọn gangan ni wọ́n ní lesson púpọ̀ láti learn nítorí pé tí wọn ò bá learn àwọn gangan náà máa dàjòjì lórí ilẹ̀ wọn kò ń ṣe because ẹni tó máa ṣe rí tẹ́bá kọ́ fẹ́ gba nǹkan lọ́wọ́ àwọn tẹ́bá fẹ́ ra lé onílé ńsìn ṣe pé ọmọ ọ̀dẹ̀ kan bẹ̀ lẹ́ máa lọ bá tẹ́ máa kọ̀ fún yẹn ló wá lọ mọ̀ ogoro òun ló máa bá ọgbà àwọn fámìlì ẹ̀jà ìgbà tó máa wá ta lé yẹn tán àwọn tó ń jọjọ́ mọ́ lé yẹn àwọn máa dú ẹ̀ lọ́tí òun nìkan ni òní rí bí lọ so ẹni láti bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí máa sọ fún àwọn ọmọ Yorùbá tí wọ́n ń pera wọn àmì Yorùbá but we are Nigeria kò sí nǹkan tó ń jẹ́ Nigeria Yorùbá ò mọ Igbo rí up until 1930s I'm very very sure that my own grandfather didn't even have kò tiẹ̀ rí Igbo rí sójú báyìí I'm sure of that bó àwọn olè fẹ́ rí ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ àwọn Yorùbá ò tiẹ̀ mọ Igbo until 1967 wọn ti ẹ mọ̀ pé ìkọyìn kankan wà tó ń jẹ́ Igbo tó bá pàwọ́ àtàwùsá ní sẹ́yìn àtijọ́ rẹ̀ rí fún odidi ẹgbẹ̀rún ọdún báyìí látijọ́ ń bára wa ṣe tó bá pàwọn wòǹkárì àwọn bàṣà àti mọ́ra wa rí ṣùgbọ́n Igbo àmọ́ wọ́n rí òkè Igbo tó bẹ́ẹ̀ tó ń sọ pé Yorùbá land is a no man's land Lagos is a no man's land Nnamdi Azikiwe Kaduna not BC now Zungeru not BC Kaduna ẹ̀ ṣe lọ Kaduna kẹ́ lọ claim pé is no man's land ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ wọn Kwankwaso village nǹkan lọ bí gbogbo wọn sí Kano náà ìfà kí àwọn Igbo tó bẹ̀ sí wá sílẹ̀ Yorùbá ilẹ̀ Haúsá ni wọ́n ń lọ náà ìfà Igbo ti mọ Haúsá rí dáadáa more than 30 years kan tó mọ̀ wá rí wọn ṣe wá lọ bẹ̀ kán lọ máa claim no man's land kí ló fà á tán fi lè wá sọ́dọ̀ tó wá kán máa claim no man's land kán máa ṣàlàyé fún wa pé àwọn ní láti contest káwọn dẹ̀ win kò sẹ́ni tó ní kẹ́ ẹ máa run you are just going to run mad. Nobody saying you shouldn't run for anything, but eventually you are going to run mad because on our own land we are not going to take all the shenanigans tí àwọn èèyàn ń ṣe but àwọn ọmọ tiwa gan lání láti bá sọ̀rọ̀ nígbà kí wọ́n gbá orí wọn tó ti bàjẹ́ yẹn mú gbé orí òkè gbógun mi náà máa lọ ní o kán lọ wúre kán lọ gbàdúrà àbí kán tó àbáláwo lọ anyways ayé yóò ní dàrú inú yóò ní bàjẹ́ ọkùnrin abalẹ̀ ẹ̀ máa lọ síwájú ẹ̀ ní dèrò ìláíláí gbogbo àwọn tó bá dẹ̀ fẹ́ balẹ̀ Yorùbá lẹ́gbàdà abalẹ̀ wọn jẹ́ àbọ̀nà wọn jẹ́ ṣùgbọ́n àwa èrè ilẹ̀ Yorùbá ìlà máa rí èrè àpapọ̀ Nàìjíríà la máa rí a máa lọ síwájú iwájú lójú ń gbé lágbára Elédùmarè iwájú la máa lọ ànídèrò ẹ̀ gbogbo àwọn olólùfẹ́ yìí náà tí wọ́n ń gbọ́ yìí tí wọ́n ń ṣe àtẹ̀ránṣẹ́ tí wọ́n náwó tí wọ́n nọra Elédùmarè àgbé wọn sókè ẹ máa fi account number yín síbẹ̀ fáwọn èèyàn mi tó bá fẹ́ help because nǹkan tá à ń ṣe is a movement and owó ni kẹ̀kẹ́ ìhìn rere owó gan ni kẹ̀kẹ́ ìhìn burúkú tí bọ̀bọ̀ ìpàdé òbí yẹn náà tóun náà ná owó lòun náà ná tó fẹ́ fi balẹ̀ yìí jẹ́ ṣùgbọ́n Elédùmarè ò ní gbà fún so ẹ máa jẹ́ káwọn èèyàn mọ̀ pé kíní ó need support ẹ share gbogbo èèyàn wa ẹ máa bá wa share program yìí ẹ máa bá wa share ẹ máa bá wa engage ẹ máa jẹ́ káwọn èèyàn gbọ́ èmi máa ń share àwọn WhatsApp groups ẹ bá ní ẹ máa share program yìí bó ṣe wà live sí wọn because àìlẹ́kọ̀ọ́ ló fà tẹ́lómi fi di Yorùbá bot finally kò sẹ́ni tí ò bot rí inú gbogbo wa ṣùgbọ́n kálá lẹ́kọ̀ọ́ tá a níyì ni àti ní bọ́ọ̀tì wa ò ní gbé wa débi tó gbogbo wá dín 2023 ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ àwọn èèyàn wa so lágbára Elédùmarè ẹ máa tẹ̀síwájú ẹ ní dẹnilẹ̀ ẹ ní dẹni yẹ̀yẹ́ ẹ ní tẹ́ ẹ ní ṣẹ̀wọ̀n ẹ ní fẹ́wọ̀n lùgbà ẹ ní ṣàìsàn ilé yín ò ní bàjẹ́ ọ̀nà yín ò ní dàrú gbogbo àwọn tí wọ́n ń gbọ́ wa náà ọ̀nà wọn á máa là sí rere àbúrò ní bá wọn ọpọlọ wọn ò ní dàrú ọpọlọ wọn ò ní jọba Elédùmarè ò ní jẹ́ kẹ́nìkankan náà kàbùkù sí wa kó wá pè wá ní Ìgbò èmi tó bá ti pèèyàn ní Ìgbò ó mi pa ayé ẹni ẹ ti bàjẹ́ ní Elédùmarè ò ní jẹ́ kó ti wá rí bẹ́ẹ̀ ayé wọn ò ní bàjẹ́ a máa lọ síwájú gbogbo ìta sọ àrò ọmọ lórí pásítọ̀ bùsùn yìí lórúkọ Jésù kí wàá wá níbi authentication yẹn.
ẹ̀dá ọ̀tọ̀ I mean mo ṣe àṣẹ sí gbogbo ẹ̀gbá tó wá gbọ́ pé tó wá pè é ní nǹkan kan ó yọ lọ́hùn. Okay, thank you very much, Edauto, and thank you for that submission. Although there's some things you said, I just opened my mouth like, but thank you. I'm glad you were able to make it today. And by the way, if you're wondering why didn't I stop him, it's because there are two people here that we share the stage whenever they come around. One is Edauto. Everybody, I share the stage with everybody. All of us get to, even the other people, I didn't stop them either. But I just want to, acknowledge the presence of Edauto and Professor Remy. We have some conversations. I like to, whenever they come, we usually talk offline. So whenever they're here, I think it's just good to allow them share some of those things we've talked about, because it would be nice to hear it from them. But thank you very much for your submissions, and also the Ìpàdé Òbí. I'm not sure I think I know what you're talking about, but it is what it is. Okay, so let's do it this way. I noticed a number of people want to come up. I'm supposed to actually close now because already it's past 9. The plan is to close at 8. So we're already 1 hour behind schedule. 1 second. We're going to have to put this thing. I'm going to have to go off because I'm having some issues at the moment already. Maybe just one person. Maybe just one person, please, because of. But we're going to have to keep it very short. Ejo. Ìpàdé àwọn òbí. No, Peter will be not so. Takes man. All right, Jakesman, good evening. Let's make it very snappy. Okay, I don't think he's available. Socialist Anita. Good evening, Anita. Okay, it's Ideabi. All right, Jakesman, please go on.
Okay, sir.
Meanwhile, sorry, Edauto mentioned account details. Sorry, please, let me just quickly say this. Edauto mentioned, sharing account details. I want to really appreciate you for, reminding me. If you want to support what we're doing, please use the bank details on the screen right here. This thing actually. We do have these live sessions every weekday, Mondays to Fridays. So your support goes a long way to ensuring that we keep doing this. So please, we greatly appreciate it. So yeah, that's the GT account up there. Thank you very much. All the hearts and the heart me's and the coins and the roses on Tigger. And I noticed also people were also helping me write that scripture I mentioned earlier. And about you might say, he that being often reproved hardness his neck shall suddenly be destroyed, and that without remedies. That's the English for the Yoruba that I said earlier. All right, let's quickly listen to the last batch, and then we can call it a day. Good evening, Jakesman.
Yes, sir.
Ẹkáàbọ.
My life taught me why a bit disrupted, but
Eka pada sọ́dọ̀ yín. Ṣé ká sáré pé the lady ká wá padà sọ́dọ̀ yín ṣe máa ti lè gather thought yín.
Are you ready? Because one lè pè mí.
Okay.
Yes, I was saying, I'm just wondering if these people, I don't know, maybe there's a kind of cream or the kind of oil that they use to roof, that their mouth is without control many a times, honestly. Because it seems like, and okay, let me put it this way. Imagine the man that is contesting for the presidency of our country. He's telling the person that is there now, because one prime minister resigned in UK, he's not saying our own prime minister, our own president should resign. And whatever he says is what those, their gullible and senseless people follows. It's very unfortunate that even the most educated among them, they follow the same pattern. It's a pattern. You call the country all manner of names. Many a times you don't even call the people in government. You singular the name Nigeria itself. And say it's a shithole, it's a zoo, it's a this, it's a that. At the same time, you still want the same government or the same country to benefit you. I saw the video of this guy from Malaysia that was caught for selling, white powder. And they started saying Nigeria giving Africa bad name, blah, 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 blah. Nigeria, who is the worst among the Nigeria is the Igbos. And when they gave him the opportunity to...
Let me get up here, please.
Sorry? Okay. Get hand up. So when they gave him the opportunity to call his family members, what was he saying? Nigeria is so bad. If not Nigeria, you went and deal on drugs and then you call it Nigeria. What has Nigeria got to do with that? These people, something is really wrong with them. And I think it's high time that Yorubas, we need to wake up. We need to begin to give them the treatment they deserve. We need to let them have the fear. Without putting that fear in them, this will continue. And these people will never learn. If the Hausas can treat them in a way that it becomes part of their nature to be very afraid of them, I think we should do the same. I'm not, saying we should go in a violent way, but there are ways you can deal with people that, we can raise up a kind of structure, get them out. A land that can contain about 10,000, they have 1 million there. They will learn. They get themselves overcrowded wherever they want to go. And our people, we just need to change. This is too bad. They're not treating Nigeria in a good way. They're not treating, the people of other land of Nigeria in a good way. You go outside, you constitute nuisance and give us Nigeria as a whole bad names. It's just quite unfortunate. It might be no, I won't come at the mobile hotel, but God will help me another time. But all I was...
Because you are at work, that's why you forgot. But there'll be an opportunity. Eshe, thank you very much.
Eshe, sir.
Thank you, sir. Anita, good evening, Miss Anita. Are you there?
Hello, Musi. Good evening.
Hello, good evening. Good evening.
All right, so I think
Let's keep it short. Thank you.
Sure. I commend you for what you said you want to start doing in the schools. As a people, I think you need to have the young ones understand what the race is about. So it's a good course in a good direction. But then, I think within yourselves as a people, as Yorubas, there's work to be done within. And I think that will go a long way into, should I say, bringing maybe those ones who don't really know what you are talking about is. it will go a long way in helping them. Let me just keep it short like that. So what you're planning, I think it's a good cause that would help the young ones understand. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I mean, that was short and also instructive. So thank you very much for coming up, Anita. Anita Samoa, are you Ghanaian?
Yes, I'm Ghanaian.
Oh, okay. I noticed. I just want to be sure because I saw the surname, so I wanted to be sure. But thank you very much. And it is true. I mean, the conversations also that we'll be having at the summit are actually primarily about us, right? And I think when people have enough cultural awareness and consciousness of who they are, then it becomes easier to then talk about Nigeria's history and stuff and what certain ethnicities are doing. But yeah, we will keep that in mind. Thank you very much for that submission. And I'll just say this, I've got to run now because I think this device is about to go off. So thank you very much everyone for being part of today's session. We'll be here again at 4 p.m. 1 second please. I need to we're gonna have to all right, we're gonna make this very, very brief. So thank you everybody for being part of this session. If you're trying to come up and you couldn't make it today, I apologize. We'll have time for you tomorrow. It's already past 9, got to run. Please check out our platforms, right? On Facebook, YouTube, TikTok. We're here. We're on all those platforms at the same time, even now. Also on Twitter and on Twitch. It's Busui Oris everywhere. Busui Oris. Please learn from these things. Let's try and understand stuff. And you can also ask questions. You can even challenge some of the claims made. Just make sure that we are doing it respectfully, intellectually, and based on emotions. And I wish everybody the best, every ethnicity in Nigeria. But like I always say, people have to understand the fact that you can love people and still create boundaries, right? You don't have to hate anybody. You're not doing this thing of, everybody is a bad person. If you're Igbo, you're this. That's not the point. You can love, but you can also, understand self-preservation. Don't be naive in the name of love and unity. May God bless you. May God bless Nigeria. Also, and since we have a Ghanaian here, may God bless Ghana as well. And as well pray for our neighbors. Again, please check out Radio Make Global on Telegram. The forms are there. I'll talk more about this. And I know I just say it in passing, like just spend a few minutes. There'll be a session or sessions where I will actually go deep. But if you've been here and you've been part of the sessions we've had here over the last few years, you understand, our leanings, right? When it comes to Yoruba, we're talking about the goodness of our ancestors and what our fathers have done and what we are doing to make it better. Such conversations are important. So whether it's Yoruba history, Yoruba culture, we also have the game show, in those events. So we'll be talking more about those things over time. But please join Radio Make Global on Telegram and click on the links, whichever one applies to you, and please support what we're doing. And also, if you want to sponsor or someone who can or who would like to, please reach out to me on Telegram, Busui Oris. I want to thank everybody who was part of today's session. If you came up here to speak, whether it's from my Daughter to Perism, Jakesman, to Anita, to Mimi, to everybody. Really, I appreciate every single person who came up to share their thoughts. Those in the comment section, thank you for typing and tapping and sharing and liking and getting us to 124.3k likes right here on TikTok. To those on YouTube, I want to really appreciate you. I see a lot of comments. I'm able to read everything, but I really appreciate your support. Your mites, thank you very much for that gift. Thank you so much for your support. I really appreciate it. Apparently you can give gifts on YouTube as well, so thank you for that. King said, where is Busui from? I am from Ile-Ife. I'm an Ife man. All right, but like I always say, we speak up for Lagos not because we don't know where we come from. We speak up for Lagos because if you lose a place, you are giving the enemy, because you're an enemy if you want my place, you're essentially giving an enemy a template. All right, the same thing they're talking about in Lagos, it's happening in Akure with one Eze Indigo before the we say Deji They were like, not here. He had to change it for him. Give them sense. So it's not about, are you from Lagos? Are you from Lagos? No. As long as that place is Yoruba land, you speak up for your brothers. And of course, you also even you have to respect your brothers in their home, right? As a Yoruba person, you don't go to any other town and say, well, I'm Yoruba, I can't do anything. So if you do, who happen to be related, you're not telling everybody I can just do anything. How can an outsider just come around and say, you're not Yoruba, you're not Lagos, so therefore I can say anything? No, you can't say anything. We keep you in check, but we're not ashamed of where we come from as well. So yeah, that's where I'm from. I'm from Ile-Ife. And King, you said earlier that I went to, thank you for the gift, King, on YouTube. Thank you so much for your support. All right. And thank you for the gift, my Lord Briggs, on TikTok. I really appreciate it. So you asked if you want to be part of the conversation, how do you do that? Mostly you have to be on TikTok to be part of it, but you can also send me a message on Telegram at Busri Oris, then tell me you want to be part of the conversation, and I'll call you in. So that way every other person gets to listen to you. So we can do that. Thank you. Okay, so there's a number of other stuff in the comment section. I really do appreciate, everybody's support and you being here. Before we go, we're going to listen to our anthems. Before we do that, let me just take everybody down so that we can have a full screen. Thank you, thank you, thank you. All right, so we're going to listen to our anthems like we always do. That's the Nigerian anthem and the Yoruba. All right, we're going to listen to the Nigerian anthem and the Yoruba anthem. Someone said, what can't you find? Is your account still the same with GTB? Yes, Olori, yes. Yes, it's still the same one. Good to see you. And of course, again, I'm going to be talking about this more often. Please check out my Telegram by tomorrow. In fact, 1 second. I have to write this thing down now. Because I said it yesterday, but I didn't write it down. I need to get the 2 Summits portrait design so that I get to see the logo. If you want to see the logo right now, you can see it on Radio Global, by the way. It's just like it's landscape. So bring the full stuff up here. Someone said I can't find it. Okay, so let me do this, right? Let's type here. So I'm going to just type it here, and then you can copy or just, put it in your browser. That's it. t.me/Radio Global. Okay. All right. So if you do that, you'll be able to just put it in your browser. It will take you to Telegram, and then you can join the channel. Thank you. I'm going to type it on YouTube and Facebook as well. Thank you so much for your support, everyone. I'll see you tomorrow. But before we go again, let's have our anthems. All right, here's the Nigerian anthem. After this, I'm going to play the Yoruba anthem. Enjoy and sing along. Thank you very much. Very much.
Nigeria, we hail thee, our own dear native land. Though tribe and tongue may differ, in brotherhood we stand. Nigerians all are proud to serve our sovereign motherland.
Àwa ni mọ́lẹ̀ ògo adúláwọ̀ ìmọ́lẹ̀ wọ̀ ní wọ́kùn lágbára Ọlọ́run. Ilẹ̀ Yorùbá ò ní bàjẹ́, ọ̀ Nàìjíríà náà ò ní bàjẹ́. Ilé wa ọ̀nà wa ò ní dàrú. Ohun ọ̀tá bá dáwọ́lé a máa yọrí sí rẹ̀ ní lágbára Ọlọ́run. May God bless you. May God keep you and cause His face to shine upon you. May God bless Yoruba land and bless Nigeria as a whole. And may we be the light to the entire continent and be the one to inspire others to greatness. Thanks so much for being part of today's session, and thank you everyone who supported. Thank you for your gifts. Thank you very much. I really do appreciate it. And again, please check out Redoming Global. I'll be talking more about the 2 summits starting in September. We still have some months, but once we start, we're going to want to hit the ground running, and we'll be doing it every month, right? But once we want to make sure that we create a sustainable model. So please support what we're doing. Thank you very much. I'll see you again tomorrow at 4 p.m. Ife time, West African time. We'll play some music on TikTok. They'll join. We'll have other people on other platforms join us much later. So thanks a lot. Have a lovely evening and see you tomorrow. Good night. Odaro.